Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I am Wormslayer2146. It's Thursday, 22nd of December 2022. We're back in our peaceful vanilla Factorio factory to carry on rebuilding after our recent teardown, expanding things to higher capacity, and I expect a lot of railway work to do today, so let's hop back in and check out where we were. Yes, just finished the main station, haven't we? So we've got the bit where they come in, they wait, and then they unload the different materials and then rejoin a main line. So the smelting area is ready over here, though we could do with a bit of radar coverage, I suppose. This stuff is all going to get torn down and rebuilt over a new bus as we reconstruct what we need. It's just temporarily doing a tiny bit of belt production because we're going to need a load. Although I think we kind of stocked up on enough of most things. We might want to just reconfigure things to start making the level 3 speed modules that I would like to put in the smeltery. Not sure. Not the priority for sure will be connecting the raw materials up so that we can actually get moving with stuff. So this copper ore just to the northeast, or to the east, this iron ore to the north of that, those want to be connected into the line on the east here, and then these two to the southwest as well we want to connect in. It's going to involve a lot of landfill, I guess, to get around where we're pulling the oil out of the ground. And then we will need more radars to uncover what comes next. I guess there's a copper up in the far north we can do. And of course I am still coughing. I think it's going to be kind of interesting to look back when this cough actually goes away. Check through my VODs and see just how long I have been coughing, because it's getting very annoying, at least. Still. Started some cough syrup today, which I haven't been taking so far. We'll see if that helps shift things faster, and hopefully after Christmas I'll be better. We shall see. Okay, so in terms of connecting up these two, this is where we're going to start on the right. Why don't we... I'm going to want to clear out the forest down here and up here. Don't want to landfill that last bit of water there just in case. Don't want trains stopping on the main line. And I think a general plan would be able to fit 2 trains at every stop. One that's loading up, and then the other one that will come and tell it to move on. We don't need one at this end all the time, because only one can unload at a time, so I'm imagining one stopped at the mines, and then as soon as the other train comes, that will move on and come here ready to unload, and then the second one will wait, filling up until the other one comes back. And that'll work. But that would only be unnecessary if the time it takes for the second train is more than the time it takes to unload, so it may be unnecessary actually, because we've got 2 copper points really close, 2 iron points really close. If the train can get from the outpost to the waiting bay in the time it takes the other train to unload, then a single train would be sufficient, which is a quite high chance of that. If the stops are further away, then having 2 trains or even more makes sense. It's just, however we design the loading at the mining outposts, I want that to be the same everywhere. I want it to be universal kind of station. So if it allows 1 train loading, 1 waiting, or 1 pulling in, that's what we're going to have everywhere. And if we just allow for 1 train, because that's the simplest thing, would be got your main line. And then you want just a station, so you come off and go into it, and then this side. Perhaps not like that. Like that. Same again over this side. Don't necessarily want to have the... Yeah, no, that's right. I guess we know for each stop which direction they're coming from, so they come up towards it, then they'd come off here. This would be unnecessary. The train's never going to be approaching from that direction to enter the stop. And that would be unnecessary this end, because this is always going to be the exit and they're always going to be heading back to unload. So that would be the layout. And you've got your actual train station, which I don't have any spares of, but that would be here. It's fine if a single train per stop is good enough. That's like a really compact solution for each stop. Probably would be fine at the closest ones for sure. It's then if we're further away and we want another train. So if we have a train sat at that stop and the next train is approaching, it will stop at the entrance while this one gets moving. And they're going to move quite fast because we're doing a double locomotive. So they will get moving quite fast, but it's still going to stop the main line while that train is sat there trying to pull off. So if there's a train coming that wants to get up to the iron, but it has to just pause because the copper is currently exchanging, that's not ideal. I don't want that. I want the train that's waiting to come off the main line. Yeah, the simplest thing to do in that case would be to just make this longer so that you can fit one train being unloaded and one train waiting just directly behind it. Which I'm not against, but obviously the length, so 2 train lengths is quite a distance, probably beyond the ore patch itself, so there'll be more train works than actual mining. It'd be kind of cool to have. I mean, if they're in parallel, 2 tracks in parallel like that is an option. Then you could just have 2 stops and you can load both stops at the same time, in theory. Factorio does allow you to name 2 train stops with the same name, and then trains will just pick whichever one's free. So there is a facility to do that in vanilla, I think. I mean, I've done it before, and I think it was in vanilla that I did it, so unless I'm crazy, that is an option. 2 parallel lines with the same name. It's kind of a nice idea because it means if later we want a stop that's got 3 trains, then we could just add another parallel lane to that one, and there you go. I kind of like the idea of. Yeah. I think we might do that actually. Having thought through that all. We'll pull off and have a single train's length, but we'll have multiple parallel train stops at each mining station. Maybe the closest ones will just have one and they'll just have 1 train. And then the further ones can have multiple trains, multiple stops. So maybe these have one and these have one. And this up here would have maybe two, possibly three at that distance. I mean, this one we know only needs one because it is so close. It won't have an issue getting a train back and forth in under... I think the number we saw was something like 15 seconds. So it might be close to that. You just do two trains everywhere to begin with, and then see if there is ever a shortage in the flow, a gap in the flow that allows us to add extra trains at a further point. The more trains we have doing short journeys, the more likely they are to clash into each other constantly, so flow is better from a further distance. So yeah, I think we'll start with two. So we'll do that as an initial build, and we'll see how I like the look of it when it's in place. But there'll be like two stops here next to here, this copper source, and then they'll rejoin a vertical line here, and there'll be like a T-junction at the bottom, so the line can go further east if we want to find more materials in that direction. And then the main line will keep going up, and there'll be another pull-off for the iron ore. So we kind of want to line it up further to the east. That main kind of artery that comes up, that the stops come off of. That's an interesting thought. If that's... kind of want that to be as close to there as you can to get the materials in, and then the line would come out. Otherwise, just finish this thought before I blow more trees up. We've got like the station that comes off the line. That's the minimum distance that it needs to be from the main line. To go further up if the main line is further away from the stopping point, and then it's kind of like, if you've got train's length here, then do we want to make the belts longer or the rail longer in order to balance? I guess we'll look at that after we line these up. Let's clear the trees out, line up the main line and the T-junction with where the iron ore one is, because that's the further east. See how that looks at the copper side of things. We've got a lot more trees to blow up in the meantime. To build our power grid out as well, because we want everything to be aligned with it, even if it's at some distance from the main base. I still want it to be on that grid layout. It's far enough east for now. We've got no plans heading that way yet. Once we've got our mining stations up with a radar in each of them, we'll start to uncover where the next points of expansion are going to be. Yeah, and the more we spread out, the better. The more we can keep the trains away from each other while still maintaining good flow inwards, the better for overall traffic. That'll do for that forest for now. The big forest to the north we need to get out of the way, which we want out of the way anyway to expand the solar farm as well. We are going to need to build a whole bunch of stack inserters. They're quite expensive, so we might want to get that kind of set up to replace whatever we were building that we no longer need a bunch of. Electric furnaces, I guess we don't need anymore. Kind of running short of grenades now, though. We're probably going to need to run back and grab more of them. So I guess while we're back picking them up, we can look at... I think we've got like fast inserters being built, and stack inserters are just a conversion of them. Okay, let's run and get some grenades. Yeah, gear wheels, green and red circuits added to fast inserters. And red and blue chips added to speed modules. Go see what we're doing at the moment that we no longer need, or won't need temporarily, because we can rebuild them once we've got everything sorted, but we do want to focus on getting the mining and the train stations first and foremost. What have we got going on here? It's a very small iron input that is keeping belts being made. We've stopped electric furnace so we can cut off these lines where they're coming from. Belts have we got in there? That is quite a lot. I think we're going to need a lot more than that as well. More iron in general would be helpful. Perhaps we should connect to that first. So these... I'm no longer getting an iron supply inbound. Oh, that's bricks. So we're done with that. Fill my inventory with bricks, but there we go. And these red circuits no longer need to go that direction, so we could use them. I mean, actually, no copper supply coming in, so we can't actually make anything without connecting some copper up first. So perhaps it's a never mind in that case, but converting everything we've got into as many stack inserters as we can would be good. So let's stop making splitters and hope we've got enough of them. Make this into stack inserter instead. Don't want to touch the ones we got stored up. That's nice to have. Two. Still need, so yeah, gear wheels still need to go in there, so just cut that there. Tidy this up a little bit as we go. We still need iron going in to make gear wheels, iron to make the base inserter, iron and green chips to make the fast inserter. Some way of moving them over. Fast inserter and then green chips, and we just need red chips as well. We don't need the iron, so we can strip that back. Bring this in down this way instead. We'll need quite a lot. I don't really know how many. Well, we vaguely know it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 24, 48 per station. So like a stack per station. So if we're planning on finishing off the 3 that are incomplete down here, and then a row's worth should do us for a while. So we'll just leave that slowly making a row's worth, I guess. Let me just grab those unnecessary things. In order for that to continue, we need iron is still going in there, the little bit we're supplying, but we're not supplying any copper. We need some to come in here and to go into the red, so we could apply some copper to that point still. That would be best. If I got copper-wise, I've only got the starting stuff over the far side here, so it's going to be a very temporary thing. This belt's not needed anymore. Let's is not flowing and is in the way, but let's just temporarily move it out of the way. Likewise with this lot. Were they making... Oh, the power poles and assembly machines. Yeah, we don't need to be worrying about that right now. Got some iron running off the machines here, so I just want to kind of run some copper off that one there. Sending it under the ground here. Not there, we want to do it after the splitter so we don't make a mess. So like here. Shoot that distance so I can't get the full way. Let's just make a mess out here. It's not permanent. We'll tear it down again pretty soon. Once we've actually got the trains up and running and the things feeding into the correct smelting lines, we can reconnect the ends and no big deal. But for the time being, I would like to make them actually make those stack inserters that are needed for the train stations. Just fill this back in as much as we can without interfering and tear it down again in a while. I've run out of undergrounds. Interesting. We should grab some of them before we go back, because we are going to need some to... We're probably going to need some to make the train stations. Don't know for sure. That will feed a little bit of copper in to some machines that can do something with it. Won't interfere with the little bit of iron that we're also still feeding into the system. And we'll run all the way over to continue production of the red circuits, the green circuits, the blue circuits, which ultimately feed into everything over here. And we'll make a few stack inserters for us. So, before we head back out, we wanted to grab some undergrounds. Just in case, I would like to trash any junk we're holding on to that we're not going to use out there. That's some coal and stone we picked up from random rocks, some pieces, so let's trash all that. There's the copper moving again. It won't be very quick, but it'll do something. We've stopped using these to make those, so why don't we cut this back to a minimum. We do 3 level 1s into 2 level 2s. This isn't the correct ratio by any measure, but it's probably reasonable. That can be level 3s. So these need blues and the level 1s. Kind of don't have space here. We do a shared belt of stuff. Let's... Oh, they're going the other direction. Okay, so let's bring the blues in instead. It's just greens heading on the top one, so that will be shared green and blues when we get enough copper in to do anything. This one's going to need reds and blues as well. And they need to feed themselves, so that needs ones in. Nowhere to put the 2s out. I send that underground, put them out there. That a yellow underground. Need another yellow underground. Put the blue underground in. To there. To get the level 2s into there. And I just need that extra underground there. Because you can interlace the different colours, so the yellow underground will go to yellow underground, the blue will go to blue. That should work. It's a hell of a mess, but there you go. Yeah, so that's very, very slowly making speed module 3s. We're going to need hundreds of them, so we'll just let it do some. While we're off running around, we'll let it do some. Feed these in. Can't shift click them. Feed them into there. And there. Although we could speed this process up. That's not really where we're going to go slow, because we're not making very many green circuits, because the copper supply isn't amazing. Although it looks kind of good enough for what we're currently doing, so seems fine. Yeah, we'll leave them to it. Let's to feed as many of these in as we can, so I'm not carrying them round, but they won't take any more, so I can put them in the output here, can't I? That'll work. Few extra inventory spaces before we go running off. So we grabbed the undergrounds I thought we need. We need to take a bunch of explosives with us. Do we need cliff explosives? Not where we're going to start with. A little landfill would be good. So let's grab grenades. Should do us for that forest. We'll grab landfill on the way back over, and we'll continue clearing out the bit in the east that we need to work on currently. Landfill's just to the east of here. Okay. All tidying up the initial mining points nicely, even though we're probably not going to be using them going forward. Don't need much landfill at the moment. Just going to fill that in, and I can pick up more later to come fill this bit in. So that should do us for now. Get our grenades out and take this forest in the northeast out of our way. Rocks here we need to get out of the way as well. The line won't be going up there. Be a little further to the east. These could be in the way, so let's take them out. Take too much to blow up, so we just have to fill our inventory with stone we don't want. Sure we'll survive. Okay, let's have at these trees. Clear out these ones that are in the way of the potential rail line first, and then we've got grenades left over. We can clear out the stuff that's further west that will be in the way of solar farm expansion. I expect the power we're generating at the moment will last us a long time, but ultimately we will be expanding it again. Pretty sure we got enough grenades to do all of it. Certainly got enough to kill myself if I'm not careful, so need to stop running into them. There are all these ones around the actual iron patch as well. Going to want to maximise the number of mines we fit on them. Probably going to need some space up here as well. And temporarily we'll be terminating this upward section here. But it may continue further if we uncover resources to the north. That might be north enough for now. Should be enough width, and let's take out these few stragglers that I can see on that map. There, this one, and then a few more in the north. That clears a big, wide chunk. We might need to clear more of that if we're going this far over, but 9 more grenades. Or, yeah, no, just 9, it's not a lot. Need more to get the solar farm in place, so must remember that when we come to expand that. This little clump to the north here. To tell if I've got them all at night, so just checking the map for the green. It looks fine. So that patch below, 7 grenades won't be enough for that, but we'll do what we can for now. Check I haven't left any little blue spots here. No, so that's all filled in. Ready for when we go that way. 7 grenades into this forest and then start working out where the rail line actually going to go. We need to bring the power grid over to work that out. Need to line everything up with that. So let's copy a bunch of them. That's wrong. Okay, so we can grid up, but we can put this mining sector out. Probably got enough drills. 32 might be enough. Get a full square over this. Then it's one on the pole faces right. Do have enough drills on us actually, looking at this. We need to go back and sort that out. How these should be lit as well. Yeah, nowhere near enough drills. This is bigger than I thought. Lighting's like here, I suppose. You do one, skip one, but all of the rows, in which case this row is lit. So unlit, lit, unlit, lit, unlit, lit. First main row here is lit. And the lights, and then yeah, I'll have to run back and sort drills out whether we want to just click on that. Probably get a production line to make a bunch of them because we are going to need a bunch. So that's lit, unlit. We might want to add another row just with lights for the sake of lighting everything nicely. Perhaps want a row across the top as well. So the power grid goes beyond where the drills themselves are, rather than the drills going outside of the power grid, just to slightly, I don't know. I think I prefer it as such. Let's place these out. Then give us a number of how many we need to bring with us. There's a minimum for this one, and then we'll need a similar number for that copper spot just south of us. Certainly more than I was expecting, so I think how we get it and we need to get it belted into the loading point. Four wagons to load. We want everything that comes off of the field to be evenly split between those four wagons. It's not necessary, I suppose, but you don't want one line that runs past that many stack inserters, because even a blue line won't be sufficient. So we do want to like divide and split it into, probably similar to what we've done here would be okay, rather than splitting it into 24 belts that come in evenly split it into 4 and then divide them into 6. As long as the 4 going in are evenly split, then the wagons themselves will be, so it is really just 4 lines. They could then run straight. So these are only running like this in order to... That's interesting thought. May have made these very unnecessary instead of having... Just wanting to balance the sides of the belt by doing this, which may have been unnecessary to do that way. Can't quite picture a better way. I just have a thought in my head that there might have been, with like vertical lines instead of horizontal ones like we did it. Not important. So what's that saying? About 112-ish drills are needed. It's a lot of drills, I guess. Work out how saturated these are. So the longest line is this one in the middle. It's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 mining machines. 14 mining machines. There's no recipe to check what that means. It's 0.5 a second plus 20%. It's 0.6 per second. And whatever that was, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 0.6s is nowhere near 45 a second, so each of those runs is less than a full blue belt. Do we need to then... Yeah, because we need to combine some to get down to 4. Unless we do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 4 balancer, which I have no idea what that looks like, but there we go. Seven to 4, you could do 2 4-2s and then add them together. One of them being funny, or we can Google what a 7 to 4 balancer looks like. Should look like. It's an option. Bothering me, I can see out the corner of my eye that I don't appear to be the right height in the camera frame, but I've not moved the camera, so I think my chair is being silly again. Yeah, dodgy gas pump. That's better, yeah. Okay, so we are... The time we've been away, we made 15 Speed 3 modules. It's something. They then appear to have stopped. Shortage of green circuits, which is because of a shortage of iron. Didn't think of that. The iron doesn't come far enough. It still needs to feed in back here instead. So let's divert that. Back to here. Not using that at the moment, so let's borrow that underground. That, so we feed the iron in, but we want yellow is not fast enough. That bit can stay yellow where it comes off, but the I'm not sure we're producing enough for yellow to be irrelevant, but still. Might go that far, okay. That could be yellow. There, so the iron is now being fed into the other production areas where it's needed to keep those speed modules being made, and perhaps the stack inserters as well, because they've stopped. It's not running because it's not getting that one. That one's not getting that one, which is not getting the green circuits, which are coming from the same place. Okay, so we have fixed that, although we probably don't have enough iron coming in for that. There's not really much to do about that. We can move the line a little further north, but then don't want to go beyond those balances. There's a tiny bit more iron being made. It's something. Although, no, I'm wrong on that, aren't I? Those balances don't balance the line, they just balance the sides of, so it can go further up. I am wrong on that. Come all the way to the top. Leave that there, and we'll move it rather than take it away to make sure we got one when we come to reconnect it. That'll be better. This should... It's not actually what we want to do, is it? We want to move all of them to the right. Can I do that with... Yeah, output priority right, yeah. Could wiggle it. We could wiggle it like so, rather than using a splitter. Which do I prefer? Splitter's a bit tidier, I think. Prefer that. With the output priority right, it'll force all of that to the right hand side if it can. Which is preferred. If we later on pull from one side more than the other for whatever reason, then it will... Yeah, so splitter is better, we just do need to set the priorities to be the right way round. That's fine, let's not fiddle anymore. We didn't come back to fiddle, we came back for some other reason that I've forgotten. To make more mining drills. So mining drills require iron gear wheels and green circuits. Don't think we've switched off anything that does the same. And gear wheel. We've got iron gear wheels and green circuits here. We're not using them all because of how slow this is, I guess. Ah, that's the problem. Don't have the long-handled inserter to put the greens in there. That's what stopped them. Up here I'm going to put electric mining drill, iron, gear wheel, green circuits. And just stock up on a whole bunch of those as well. How many? So we needed. We're going to stack in 50s. We needed like just over 100, maybe 150 in total for that patch we did. So yeah, I mean, one row is going to be enough for now. Let's leave that like that. None of the some of the gear wheels are making it all the way there. Could do with more than that. What's the just an iron supply issue would be my guess. That's going full speed, so really we need a second gear machine. Which we can do if the iron supply's vaguely okay. Bit more iron. We can't do any more iron, can we? We've reconnected it to the top. We've got the maximum. Just leave things to it. They can work it out. Some are being made. I could do with making those 110, whatever it was, now. I'm short of iron as well, which is to be done for it, other than grabbing it away from something else we're making in order to make it. May just be a case of being patient. At least for a while. Well, that's okay. There's actually gear wheels waiting, so the issue is the iron itself more than anything. Which is what it is without connecting a whole other line in. So the patch we're filling in at the moment, once we've got that sorted out and we've got iron for the sake of iron, thinking of that, we should move this copper over. Because when we plug the iron in, it's going to be across all 4 of these lines. So we want to do like that, and then feed into there instead. Yeah. Then this end up. Disconnect this when it's cleared through what it's got. Scoop that and throw it over here. Disconnect that there. It's safer then in 2 separate cells. So this cell I think is going to be the steel one. Yeah. Could change that, I guess. I don't particularly matter what order they're in. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll leave it. Doesn't matter. These ultimately need to, like, when we've got everything plugged in and we've torn all this old stuff away, they'll go under the road here, turn to the right, to the east, be balanced, and then feed over to this edge and northbound in a belt, a main bus kind of thing that will pull off. We're going to head to the right and then up. Then we will still have like a liquid unloading on the side here that will also go to the right and up, I guess. Not sure about that. We might do away with the rail network on this side for the liquids and just pump them up from the south. And on the end of the run here we can have this processing, cracking, so on and so on. We could do all that up the side here next to the smelting, I guess. And some coal liquefaction actually. So we will want a little train unloading station down this side to feed coal into the liquefaction process. We need to flush the petrol again. Yeah, because we're not unloading coal anywhere at the moment. There's no use for it here, but it is used in like making grenades, which we're going to want to continue doing. It's used in some chemical, plastic production. So we do need a plan for unloading coal. Which we'll probably, we'll want to do on this side. So we're going to need a similar thing to this, but much smaller on this side before it turns to the south. So yeah, it'll just be the one station, I guess, if we do then pump everything else instead of training it. Which with those distances the train is unnecessary. Pumping is fine. So yeah, train station, and then we'll pump that oil through the train station and process it above it alongside some coal liquefaction and so on. Then we can do plastic and lubricant, sulfuric acid and plastic production at the top, right? Plastic's just petrol and coal, which we'll have over here. Yeah, so we'll then head towards the bus with sulfuric acid, sulfur, coal, lubricant, water, and that's it. The petrol itself will get processed and not bust. And then some of the first things on the bus will be like a centralised green chip production, red chip and blue chip. And then, I don't know, I don't usually centralise my green chip production, so maybe just red and blue to go on the bus. Future plans, we need to plan them out. There's a while before we'll start with that, a few hours worth of rail lines to build. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. I'm going to grab the first stack of inserters and run past where we need some. Still need to wait on the drills. If we could increase the iron anyhow, that would be good. The iron that we're mining is not making it all the way down the run. So there is nothing we can do. We can't mine any more iron here. We've tapped it, I think. Oh, we can squish up the lines that don't have power poles in. Usually creates a few extras. be this row as well. Get an extra one there. Little bits, they won't last long either, but that'll it will do something to increase the current throughput. And that's the best we can do. Yeah, that is fine. This one is not pulling the sides evenly, which is stopping some of the machines. Not that that matters, it's fully backed up unless we send it further up as well. Do we need more copper? Not really. Just balance it anyway to keep it moving, but no big deal. So using some of the drills there sets us back a little, but never mind, we'll continue to be patient. 81 out of the 100 and dozen so we need. We'll go tear a bunch out of here, we don't need this at all. Some of these stone ones. It'd be nice to actually dig up the million of everything we've got sat here to keep it tidier, especially the stone actually. I think we might grab a bunch of that landfill so the stone mines up some more. We can go down and fill in some of that stuff we need to at the bottom there. Why don't I grab it all and just work on that a bit while we're waiting for other things to progress along. To remember which rails I can safely run across without looking and which ones I cannot. And remember when we get these ones moving not to run across them without looking. So probably will get run over the more we expand the rails. So these I'm going to move down to create a solid line. Move that water pump. Everything will probably get moved ultimately, but we'll do that one now while we're here. I only really want to leave a small strip there to pull water out of, I guess. We're only quite a lot for the rail line. Let's create the hard edge here. That's good. Then I'm not too sure what we're going to do. Kind of like having it run straight across there. I'll probably put the corner in so we're heading down in line with this edge. In which case, kind of want to fill in directly in line with the road. Okay, yeah, directly in line with the road. Let's go over that way and do that. I don't know how far down to go. I guess we could go all the way and then we can pull these stops off of it. Might be neater to come over. If we got the... No, we're going to have a train stop here, aren't we? So we are going to go over. So I don't need to fill in as much as I was thinking. Unless we want to bypass the stop with some traffic. We can look at bypassing if it becomes necessary based on the traffic that we see. Let's not start with it. So line will come over and have a T-junction here, then run between the iron and the copper. Can we go between? Can't go between on this side because they're too close. So we are going to have to go to the east of them. That's fine. That's fine. So if the line's running there, then I don't need to fill in a land bridge for it. It's not necessary at this point. Fine then. We'll leave it. Just make some square edges because I like having square edges, but anything else I can see that needs filling in? We were thinking something like that uranium ore needs filling in around it to mine it, but that's not really on our target at the moment. Okay, fine. We'll take all this landfill back. There's nothing it makes it a bit more complicated because we need to move all these buildings. That's fine. We can do that later. Wasn't planning on moving them. But while I'm here, let's flush the petrol again so that things like lubricant keep moving. Head back to that chest for the landfill. I might just put a second chest in to keep it flowing. Sure, those inserters filled in, but we do need more, a lot more. It's all fine. Yeah, let's upgrade that to a steel chest to start with. That'll fit more, and then another one in. Fill both up and then whatever, juggle it around later. Sure how much landfilling we'll need to do, but typically I want to do a lot in each factory, so won't mind having thousands upon thousands of it sitting around. To 24 level 3 speed boosts. Take another stack of stack inserters down. There is enough mining drills to finish off the one patch we're currently working on, and then we can come this way to grab more before we do the next one. He's diverting a lot of iron away from the belt production, but we need all of it. Well, let's run out on that edge. So all the inserters are done on the first two stops, good. For the one stack we grabbed is enough for much more. I think it's 48 in each station, so we should have 4 left. Oh, unless we'd already placed a couple there. Yeah, there wasn't there. May have not been an accurate count. It's fine, we'll need some more for that last station, the stone. Let's head up and finish connecting that iron mine first and see how things look and connect in. Oh, I should have grabbed some more grenades while we were down there. That's a mistake. Oops, never mind. Another trip later to take the last of that forest away. Okay, let's let our bots do some building. Then yeah, think about how we're going to balance these lines into 4 lines. The last line on the left is very small. If we, I know we're going to improve productivity later, but if we work with the productivity we've got, we're doing 0.6 a second. We can fit 45 a second on, so that's 75 machines per belt. So yeah, it's, I mean, we're nowhere near that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 46, 17 there. So it's 25, it's a third of the blue belt if we join the 2 on this edge. Kind of irrelevant. We just join the edge ones together. The 3 on this side together, the 2 on that side together, and then the middle 2 are the longest, even though after that point they'll be the least filled. So 1, 2, 3 like that. No, I don't need one there, do I? That can be regular belt. There's 1, 2, 3, and do this. I'd normally... Well, that's right, yeah. 2, 1 there, 1 there. Yeah, so that's a 4-to-4 balancer, though it's not all in a neat line, it's still the same. So that is then 4 balanced lines. I want the train line to run east of this patch. Then we're going to do a train stop here between the main line and the patch. Then up here we're going to do it south of the patch, if this all fits in well. Did I make a... I did make a blueprint that can help. Let's line these up so we know where the grid sits. We want that to be... yeah, because the rail, it won't line up on some of them, it'll only line up with the lights, so we can either go there or we can go over here. That might be best. And that looks like it will be okay, other than the power lines don't sit in a nice place. It's a bit annoying, but fine. Down here would be best, because we need to take a corner out of it. Yeah, we're not... I was thinking we wouldn't quite do it like this, wasn't I? I was, but let's have a fiddle with that while we're here. So we don't need this bit at the front for refueling. They're just going to refuel at the other end. We do need a train stop. Going to have to handcraft. And we need more inserters, of course. Didn't bring anywhere near enough of those over. But that's fine. So I was thinking this would just be pretty much like that. So that we need to turn inwards. Like that. I'm not entirely sure that's going to work, as in things will reach the last inserter, or I mean they will if the chests fill up. That might not be ideal. Maybe it's something more like that. No. Like that. To balance them better, I think so. Perhaps, while wasteful, that's a prettier solution. Kind of like that, actually. They would need to do the same. Need to look slightly different on all the others. Terrible. Vaguely liking it. Yeah, I like. It's probably completely unnecessary, but I like the way it looks. There we go. These will in fact be lined up here. Which we want to deal with anyway because of where the power poles are going to go. While this is a central coming out of the or I think it's better to go central to the power grid. Need to deal with a large amount of iron ore in our inventory. Oh, we can just throw it into this station down here, can't we? That's fine. That's where it's ultimately going. Okay, so this one wants to be there, that one wants to be there. That one like so, I guess. We could move them around a bit. Move those splitters down. No, that's fine. That's fine. And then we'll just put the balancer in here. And join them up. That will look quite pretty, so I want to blueprint that as well. This is like train loading. Put that blind? Or did I just immediately not save it? Loading, create, then put it in there. So we've got train unloading and train loading. Good, happy. Just need to... One thing I didn't check. Yeah, I did. Saved it with the inserters even though we haven't built them yet. So we need to get a bunch of inserters up here. And then we need to connect it. That's one thing I didn't think about. Is it even... The train stops at the bottom. We're driving on the left. Driving on the left. So when they come up here, they're going to be going north on the left. Yes. Northbound on the left. So in order to just come off, the train stop should be at the other end. Otherwise, well, I suppose it doesn't particularly matter. They can come off, turn round and come back on. Or they can come off and then turn around and come back on. It doesn't really make a difference. At some point they have to turn around, I guess. But we did talk about having two in parallel, didn't we? That was what we were I was thinking. Two stops in parallel here, both would need a loading station. Or they would need to share a loading station. Or just generally now feels like it wouldn't work without like a much more of an output from the field itself to load with. Having built it, I would rather have one. Okay, so options in that case. We have one train per outpost, regardless of its distance, and then just enough outposts to get the job done, which is perfectly fine, really. Or we need to design something with a waiting station, waiting area. In which case, that would be something like having this turned around. That. Train's length here for them to wait in before joining the line. You don't bend in like that is perhaps better, because then the trains will be the same point. It's probably best. Then the junction to get back on the main line. It's going to be, yeah, here, like that's going to be the minimum turn. So that's where that side of the main line goes, and that's where the other side goes. If we're driving on the left, then this guy needs to come out and cross over. Which, what we've done here is we've got a train's length between them. so that a train can get in between them. It's not necessary, I suppose, if they're very close. Same pattern would be to put that there, like that. And that's not bad, is it? Except it is the wrong way around. What did I said, didn't we? We'd go northbound on the left. So yeah, they're the wrong way around, which is not a good look. Like that. Not at all. Don't like that. But yeah, we could put them a train's length apart. That is train can fit between the two junctions. On the main line. And is there then a train's length? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carriages, yes. It's a train's length off the main line before the... It'll be there, in fact, wouldn't it? Let's put that one in. Don't need those actually. Let's. This is also the wrong way. No, it's not. Ah, yeah, it's train coming out of this station never wants to head north. It always wants to head back to base, so it always just wants to go that way without the option of going the other way. We could put a curve going this way as well. So, no. That would be if a train was coming southbound and wanted to come in, which is not the case at that end. We might want that at the top so it can come in from the southbound, but they should never be attempting that. So can we fit the entire train out this end after the station? See, that's confuses me that the station doesn't create a block in the whatever this is called, network. Train pulls forward and waits there to head out. We want the next one to come in, so that is fits a train that end, fits a train in the station, and fits a train behind it. So even in theory, 3 trains could use this station quite effectively. It's not. This distance isn't like a specific distance. It's just what we'd randomly built out here with other ideas. So might prefer if the straight length was a train's length, so they don't park on corners. I'll move the track out to the east a little further, or quite a bit further. In which case we could shift the whole thing over 2 bits to the left. That is an option up here. Might not fit as well down here. Bad though. I don't mind this too much. This idea, this general layout. It's not very pretty. I don't know. We could do something about that, I guess. Do some angled sections or what have you. don't really know. I guess not that it's important. Just need something I'm going to be happy with building at every station. Which what are our other options? Our other options are something more like the main station, I guess. They come off. There's a specific waiting area with where multiple trains can wait. Then the specific loading area that doesn't seem so relevant when there is only one. Because we had multiple parallel lines, then we might want a dedicated waiting area. But I'm against having multiple parallel lines because they can't share the loading input. The loading input of a single patch is sufficient like this with one, so I do want one stop. We do want a train's length off the main line behind it in some fashion, so whether that's some kind of angled waiting area, then that's kind of a prettier option. Come off the main line onto an angled wait. Come out of the station onto an angled wait and rejoin. Kind of do like that more. I don't know what that shape is called. Is that like a rhombus or something like that? Instead of a rectangular. I do kind of like that. Okay, so let's work on that. On the basis that that's how we're going to do it. I will want to move this to the left in that case. I don't want the main line being any further east than this. So we're going to move the entire thing over. Mean moving all of that, yeah. Let's, because of the way that they align, can't move over one, it has to move over two or four. It's like the maximum. Puts it on this edge. Which, if we then have the main line in line, it's on this edge, but it's the main line over here somewhere. Well, I guess I know where I want the main line. Because I want it just east of this patch. How do we have it down here? There's like... The second one is central. Yeah. So to fit that one should be central. That one should be there. Yeah, because that's where the light is. That's where I want the main line going. In an ideal world. So we can build around that. We're going to need to redo a lot of this. Let's just rip all that out. And all of that. Throw a random chest somewhere so we don't get overloaded with iron ore in our inventory. Distance that the station needs to be, and then if we're lucky it's just going to line up with the grid perfectly. Guess we'll see. a chest's worth of iron ore. Yep. Okay, so those trees might be in the way. The idea is, so this is the main line, we can just run that down. And then I guess we want to come around the corner at a similar distance. So this is like one away. So that one's kind of, let's call that empty. So this is empty. So the top wants to be here. So that's the point where we're going to have the turn and the straight bit. So it can be up to it's the maximum point. That needs to come around like that. The furthest possible. Then diagonal like that. So how's that for length? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trains. No. Not enough. It's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6th train carriage there at the end is on the junction. That would be blocking that. The option of moving this around to the corner, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would be off the main line, but it would not be parked in a straight line, which I want it to be. I don't want that first carriage on the corner like that. I want it all on the straight diagonal. So either the station needs to move to the left or the main line needs to move to the right. It has to be so, even though it's very close at the moment. Very close, but there we go. So if this is... Oh, I've got that wrong. I have got that wrong. These trees are in the way. Let's chop them. Let's remember to pick up grenades next time we're back. That is, it needs to be further forward than that. That's not right. That's where it will be, yep, yep. But that rail line is actually one step to the left. Means that whole corner is one step to the left. Means this whole diagonal is ever so slightly longer. Still don't believe it's long enough, but we shall see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just about okay. Last one's not blocking the junction. It looks like it's on the straight, not on the curve. We need to fit a signal there, don't we, to not there but there. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that signal blocks off the last carriage. So it will block the junction because you can't fit the signal further back than that. Can you? If there is a locomotive there, we put a chain signal there. That's fine, but the locomotive's going to be there, isn't it? Which, no, goes red. Okay. It is. That block is blocked. So, no. Because that signal has to be there, it's still not long enough to stop the train entirely on the diagonal, even though that moved over one to the left. Still need to either move it further to the left, which the next option is over there, which is too far. Really, anything as... No, that's too far, yeah. This is where we want it, and therefore we need to move the main line to the right. Which means either moving it like so, so that the one on the southbound is distance between the poles in the same way that the southern horizontal line is. Or they get aligned completely differently. The northern horizontal line is... No, yeah, that's not even possible, is it? Oh yeah, if we go there, then the north-south and the east-west won't quite be aligned in the same fashion. Which I would like to avoid. I would like this to be like that. Creates significant extra length, really. But not enough to move this back over to the right at all. It would need to be there. That means moving that line the same distance we just did, so yeah, it has to be there and those there. I guess that's the option. Can't be perfect, though. Out of interest, let's see, what if it's a horizontal waiting patch and not a diagonal one? Be interesting to know, at least. Maybe if we pulled off here instead, and there would be, yeah, on that line, and the signal, well, it could then be there, couldn't it? Which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on a straight. Pretty much perfectly lined. Sorry. Yeah, in a very straight line, perfect between the corners. But it's boring shape. We'll have it like this. comes down and joins there. And we need to place the actual loading bay in like there. That does the same kind of shape. Yeah, it's a bit long. Be changing my mind when we actually plug all this in. Yeah, coming out, they're going to rejoin that side. It's a bit big, considering just doing the straight across would be the right length, exactly the right length for what I want. You also have the option, must think about flipping it around so it stops up this end instead, which have been coming off there and then coming back down that way, which might be. The parked train be facing north or facing south. Doesn't matter, as long as they all face the same way as far as I'm concerned. So, very close to the edge of there, so the next stop. That is a problem. We're probably not going to fit it here next to where we're mining, because we won't have space to get the belts in which case it'll either need to be further up or further below, like this one is. If it's further up, then the off junction is going to be very close to this back on junction. If it's further below, then the back on junction is going to come below here. So I don't think this works, because that diagonal is just too long. So I think we need to make them straight. Unless there is some other way of doing it. I don't think so. Could do something a bit prettier with the junctions. So instead of 2, it is 1 in the middle. But yeah, looking at this layout, I don't think we can do the diagonal like this. It's just this stretch is far too long, and it comes too close to the next stops and where they're going to be, so that won't work. We also, I didn't think, because we moved that further east, we should move the top corner south to make the distance right, equal. So this is now like 3 away, so this should be like 3 away. And I do want to flip it the other way round, I guess. Do I want the parked trains facing... we want the parked trains facing south. That's what they do where they're unloading, so let's have them facing the same way when they're loading. Okay, that's that question resolved in my head. So yeah, we just want to move the whole thing south a bit, I guess, to make the rail evenly spaced on this corner from the mines. And then we'll look at, yeah, whether we just do straight lines or we do some kind of wiggly thing. Wiggly thing might be my preference. We'll draw it out and see what it looks like, and then Can decide if I go ahead like that or in some different fashion. Okay, so let's line these up so we get in the right place. That's where we had it before. Which actually I need to draw the rail in first. One, two, three. So let's call that 1, 2, 3. Rail wants to be in this one. There and there kind of thing. We're coming off the left one into, so it's this one. Let's check that. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. That's where the top of the line's going to be. It's going to come around the corner there. Yeah. So that's where the station's going to be to make it that corner kind of even. It's a bit far away maybe. Running the belts a bit. That's fine. We are going to have a problem with this copper. Station will have to either come very close to this iron one or not sure it will fit down here, but that's the next problem. I guess let's finish the iron one first. That's going to come this way, and then what I'm thinking is coming back around away a bit. Though that means that, yeah, trains won't be in a straight line. It's not going to work, is it? Maybe? No, not, they'll cross over. That will look that will definitely not work. It might work in some fashion if it was the other way around. Anything else leaves the train not on a straight line. How long is that length? Is it good enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is. That one's going to be like there. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can fit one like that. And this one could be straight. Brings the two parts of that junction closer, which is unnecessary, I think, because we can fit a full train length on the main line between them is okay, makes it okay. Whereas in this case, these two are close. Maybe that's better. Although this takes them further away, so we'd want the diagonal to be the one coming off, the one going on to be straight. Marginally closer to the destination they're heading for. could be interesting. Let's draw it out and have a look. Back on, that's the other side of the road. Rail. This one would be at a diagonal. Like that. That is not such a pretty shape, kind of triangular. Not bad. Don't particularly like that as compares a square. I think I prefer the square. I mean, this is more interesting. Kind of preferred it the other way up, I must say. Which we can do. It's not optimal, but we can do it. I do kind of like having those junctions together. I don't know. It's nice to have the ability to fit a train in between for flow purposes, but we've got so much space for the trains within the station that I don't foresee that being a problem at all. Yeah, I don't like this, but I kind of liked it the other way, so let's rebuild that and take another look. So what's rejoining? It's just that, yeah, that kind of bit that I don't like. Where this corner sits over the main line. It's kind of well spaced. I mean, there's a 2 gap in the middle there, and there's a 2 gap between the flat there. Then the curve. There's no other real option other than intentionally overshooting it and then wiggling back on, which is silly. You cross the line twice. It's not really no reason for it. I don't think I can draw that in a fashion that makes it better geometrically either. I don't feel. So I think that is our best option. Not entirely happy with it. That's fine, the straight bit. So yeah, and that junction there's a bit funny perhaps. Choices between that and joining in a square. That's the 2 options, a square or this funny almost triangular. I like it because it's interesting. It's completely pointless, but kind of like it. Let's double check all of the signalling fits a full train as it should. So these are going to wait on the diagonal. Let's put them a little further from the junction if they are waiting. Okay, I guess. Okay. So then a signal at the back of that section. So we can fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, fit the full train on the diagonal. That bit of the corner will count as being in the station. Then there's a signal at the back of the station, but not there. I want it on the straight, so there. The station includes the corners that come in and out of it. And this should fit 6. We'll have one at the back here as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect length, yeah. So that is that. Then on the main line there should be signal heading in, signal coming out. We want lined up. Likewise one before this junction, after this junction, one after this junction as well. So that separates them into opposite here. I guess we want the signals running down the main line to be evenly spaced. Don't want that much of a gap between them, so we would still have, I mean, where would this be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's up here. Yeah, so we would have one there instead of there. It's best rather than two there, without moving these. No, that's the best for spacing, I think. Again, that might depend on the distance from the T-junction at the bottom to get up here, because we ideally want all the signals evenly spaced all the way along. But I'm not shifting this entire thing like one square to the north just to make that happy, because the alignment with everything in the poles is, I guess, the number one alignment priority for us, I guess. And then this, so this one, likewise, we want to come a full train length down. Put that in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then opposite. Should then have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's separated everything into nice, neat blocks. Could move a signal further round to get people moving quicker. That seems irrelevant. That distance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a bit. So that's not ideal, but there we go. It's the price to pay, I guess. The only way to avoid that is move this to be a straight line instead, and then... Nah, I want interesting looking over perfect signals. We want a signal in between these two. It should be a chain for sure, and then some of these others should change into chains. That one belongs there to split, so a southbound train can continue even if there's a northbound train. If this signal is blocked, then the southbound we want to stay out of the way, as that's best practice for keeping the junction clear, even though it could have... no, actually we want the main line to have priority where it's possible to do so. Give the main line the priority. That means letting that one park across this junction, but the guy on this side should park back here and not block the northbound waiting for someone southbound. So yeah, that should be a chain. And likewise, someone heading northbound should not block the junction, because if this section is blocked longer than the junction, then we want to let the guy out rather than an additional vehicle. So yeah, that should be a chain heading in, that should be a chain heading in, that should be a chain in the middle. Train can move up. It can't, because a train can't fit in that space, so making this one a chain is irrelevant. If this is empty, that will be green and they'll move across. And they will block the junction because of the length. So if the purple section here is empty, they would block the junction if they're heading for the cyan section here, which is if that is blocked. So now that should be chain signal to prevent the junction getting blocked. They should only come across from here if they are clear to continue north or here. That's not ideal. It isn't. It isn't. You kind of want that distance to be ever so slightly more, which we could do. We can make that. No, because that distance is always going to be too short, and that's the same. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're moving this signal further south would just mean if a train is going northbound, it frees up this junction a little bit quicker than it would with the current settings. I don't care, basically. So that's fine. We need to copy down some power. Yeah, we want the lighting. That's why we want the lighting to come the whole way, basically. There's no good way of copying that. See, I've been going for 2 hours, so it's a good time to take a quick break. So let's do that before filling my brain with what comes next. I guess connecting that belt, but then we probably have to head back to base and pick some bits and pieces up. So we'll just leave it running so that stuff in the base keeps building, but we'll stand somewhere definitely safe. I'm just going to top drink up and stretch the legs, close the curtains because it's starting to get dark out. Just be a few minutes for a short break. If you've been sitting watching for a long time, then as always I recommend you stretch your legs as well. If you've been staring at your screen as long as I have, look after yourself a bit. If you've been watching and enjoying and you haven't already, please do click the follow button, or if you're catching this on YouTube later or whatever, then the subscribe button there. Really appreciate all the support I've had so far and anything that comes. But yeah, 2-3 minutes, we'll be back. We'll carry on with our rail line. I will see you then. Hello there, I am back. Legs are well stretched. Let's get my brain back into here. So let's connect the belts, run the power poles and the rail heading southbound to meet to find where that T-junction is going to end up. Then we'll have to head back to base for a resupply run, I'm guessing. We also want to drop a radar up here so we can get to work. Because we're not fueling the trains here, we can put it in this corner of the actual stop. And while we're here, let's rename. This is going to be Iron Northeast 1. Not sure what naming convention we will use going forward, but that'll do for now. Run these up. Power and the lighting in. Okay, and then we're going to need to run these this way instead, so let's... that way. Join it to that one. Run that way. Join it to this one. First. One to the right with that. It's not good either because that splitter, where that splitter is. Let's do this a little different. That down there. Join it there. Join that one back here. Which will let us run this one there. This one will go there. This just needs to move out one. Next to it here. Let's put the balancer in. Do it here. Down there, let's clear these random stacks of iron ore that we made a mess with. I guess where the power grids get this close, I do want to fill in that. Don't need power grid inside the middle here because there's nothing going there. We do need to carry it down the actual line itself for the illumination. How is power at the moment? No issue at all. Be interesting when we get everything running at full speed how much we're actually using. Okay, so we do want lights all the way down as well. That one doesn't fit, that's okay. Mind right. A few more lights coming down. Well, a lot more lights actually. That should be copyable. A little bit. Down slowly so our robots can do the building. Don't know if we want to. Don't think we want to cut the grid across. I don't know, it might be nice to light part of that diagonal. How can we do that? Find a point where we can put all of the poles in. Well, there you go. We want another the row because of the bend. The top, I guess, yeah. Probably best. Maybe we do need to fill that inside here in because of the bend. I kind of think we do, actually, looking at it now. I like how that manages to fit down the middle of the grid there. That's very nice. Bit of luck. Fit one down that end, that bend, or that bend. Okay. Get a row of lights where they belong. Yeah, then the whole station will be lit up a lot nicer, won't it? That's right. A few lights we won't fit in because of the rail. Okay. Not perfect, but no big deal. Those ones in that corner. I think that's all of them. Need to actually place them out. Yeah, I think that's best, to have the full grid around the station with the lights. I mean, that's what we did down here, we had the full grid, so... Well, it's definitely not necessary, it's consistent. And then let's carry on down the line here. Keep our robots happy by not going too fast. Give them time to recharge when they need it. Got enough of everything to do this. We're running kind of short of poles. We have run out of lights. So we're going to have to come back with more of them. Rail looks like we got plenty for now. These huge rock in the way. Okay, I can see the rail on the left hand side now, so this is where the T-junction is going to come in. Not necessarily looking at that yet. That might be our next step. So I'm going to get the spacing of the stop for the copper right, whether it's here, or whether it can fit in the middle there. That's kind of like fitting it between the T-junction and this one. So I think we probably do want to do the T-junction next. After we head back and resupply on whatever we need, some grenades, some poles, some lights, stuff like that. Let's continue this though. Two directions close to where they're going to meet. that. Let's build all that in. Obviously, other than the lights, which we need to go and get. These bots get back into the backpack and then over we going. Suppose we could just put a corner on for now. Just assumed that we'll want to head further east at some point for some more materials. We could do the T-junction at that point rather than now. Either here or there. So we'll put it in, I guess. While we're there building. So it's still currently safe to run across these rails for a little while longer. I think we will build that copper connection before setting any trains going as well, just to avoid any accidents in that area. Good, we've finished another stone patch is done. That's good. How much space have we got? Most of a steel chest still to fill in. That's okay. A whole bunch of these iron ones have finished though, so that would have slowed things down. It's not unexpected. We knew we were kind of getting there. But the copper one isn't really moving. I guess we're... I think we must have filled in all the stuff we wanted to fill in. Yes. What do we need then? Some more belt. We've used quite a lot of that at the station. Should do us for a while. Don't need more fast inserters, but let's grab our... yeah, so cut that down. Take a bunch. Splitters. We've got enough. Stack inserters have stopped. We're not getting the red circuits. Take a whole bunch of these with us, but one for unloading, one for loading, one for the one we're working on now. Next, that should be enough. Cut that down a few as well. But let's work out why we're not getting red chips. As I would like to be. Let's grab a few more poles. We've also stopped, because we're not making any steel at the moment, that's fine. Stopped at 28 speed 3 modules, that must be because we're not getting red circuits, okay. Let's grab a whole bunch of lights. Making grenades either. Because we haven't fed the iron this far back, okay. Let's pick all this up, let's bring the iron even further along. There. Ah, not that yet. For a blue. Down here. There we go, we'll be making grenades again. Let's take what we can. A few trees up with 40, that'll do. Of course, the red have stopped because we're not feeding the green, because we're not feeding iron up here. So, let's bring the iron even further up. do this a bit differently so I don't need to use another underground, which is completely unnecessary, but I want to, so... There. Where does the iron need to go? We don't need to send it to anything up there, do we? No, the concrete's fine, we can do that later. The red chips themselves don't need it, just the green ones, so here... Just the wrong length, okay. No, just the wrong length in every direction. If I got that underground instead. That'll do the job. So we're now feeding iron into the red circuit production, into the grenade production, and then into everything else. So we'll make even less of everything, but we will at least make everything now. And that's all flown again. Fine. Did we grab everything? I think we grabbed everything we need. Or want. Let's just dump rubbish that we've got in our inventory again. Don't need yellow, red belt or any of those bits. Don't need standard inserters. Small poles. Random bits of coal and stone from the rocks. We'll get rid of that wood. We can dig up some more if we want. Gear wheels probably not. Okay, let's get rid of all that. And so let's head over to head south and finish off the inserters in the unloading station first. I do wonder now about doing this different, like how we did on the other side. Like if we got those three on that side of the belt and those three on that side of the belt, and we just join them together like that, would that be a bit of a more compact way of achieving the same result? Do it there, but it's the same kind of thing. 3 of the inserters unload to one side, 3 to the other side. Just the difference is the way that it balances them. Here it's joining 1 and 1 together. Here it's joining 3 and 3 together, and that is different, I guess. This seems like it would be a better flow of the goods on the lines, I think. Do not know. One way might be right, but neither way is wrong, so we can just leave it like that. That's fine. Okay. Let's do this T-junction and then head back up to finish off the inserters missing from the north. Kind of want another row of poles on the end here. Cap off that corner. No, it's... yeah, no, it's right, because we should have one the other side of that road. We haven't done yet, but we will do when we expand the solar, so... it's fine. There will be poles there and there, and continuing north, we'll deal with that later. They will have lights as well, like that. That follows the pattern within the solar grid. Sure, the lighting's fine. We don't need another row of lights there. That's okay. We do need to fill in the lights down here, though. Yeah. slow enough for the bots to come back and recharge. Okay. Fundamental here is that joins with that. This joins with that. Corner's not as tight as it could be. Yeah, it is. Okay. Then there is the point of doing that and that. No. It's and that. But we can do vaguely remember doing things like this before. We can adjust this slightly so that the crossing point is, yeah, on the rail rather than just off it. That kind of puts all the rails at the same point. It's a bit, I prefer that bit neater when you're separating out different blocks within the junction. So that's a simple T-junction. If you're heading southbound, you can head east or westbound on the left-hand lane. Heading eastbound, you can go north or east on the right sides. The only thing you can't do here is turn round and go back the way you came. Which no train should ever be trying to do that. It shouldn't need to. It's always going A to B to A to B to A. Think of any reason to put it in. I mean, it wouldn't be simple. Might be able to do a loop on the end. Doesn't seem necessary. They'll just go to the next station and turn around within that station's loop, I guess, is... Which, like, the next one from this point is pretty close, so not an issue. And we are at this point capping off. We're not heading further east yet, so at least at the time being, we can put an immediate loop in here to allow people to come back on themselves. Allow trains to come back on themselves if I could say it shouldn't ever be necessary, so let's just leave that uncapped and see what the issue is. So we know we're on the grid because we've lined everything up with the grid. What is the impact of that? It looks like everything fits quite good on that side, but then just missing a pole here because of how it lines up. There is the option of moving that around it, cutting through the gap higher up like that. Likewise, we can't put that light in this side, so can we mirror that successfully on this side? Looks like it. That allows for the full lighting. To follow the pattern, allows the poles to all sit in place, though they may have an issue with where the signals need to go, so we should look at that. But I'm happy with that, extending this side a little bit to make it fit around the poles. Otherwise we put them in their minimum position and take the poles out. Neither's particularly better or worse than the other option, in my opinion. Cap that off to be at the same point. I think I'm most happy with that being the junction. Why don't we blueprint that as well. This will be T junction. Yeah, so signals, actually I should, of course, put the signals before we take the blueprint of it. So sorry, at the entrance and opposite it for the exit. The other side, same kind of thing. That's the exit, that's the entrance for it. Then up here, that's the exit, so that's the entrance. Okay, so that will function, but only one train will be allowed into the junction from any direction. We want a train on the southern rail heading westbound to be able to flow freely if there's an eastbound train, a northbound train, not a southbound train. So we need to divide everything everywhere. Guess. So this one I'm looking at the moment, I don't think we need to divide that at all. Because this would mean a train heading northbound from westbound to northbound wouldn't prevent a southbound heading westbound from flowing at this point, but that's irrelevant because at this cross it needs to stop for it. So don't see the need for one at the bottom at the moment. We need one separate that section and that section out. That separates westbound from the rest of the junction. So train heading westbound, although there won't be any at the moment, but they are free to flow no matter what else is going on. It's kind of these offshoots that are key, so we want one signal here as well as up here to separate there, and then I guess on this side makes that irrelevant. That's not the issue. The issue's over this side, like there. Doesn't like that. It needs one there as well. Yeah. So it doesn't separate things if you put one here though. Although that, so I like putting it there because it puts the train further round, but there's better because it lines up with all the other signals, so I'm going with there. And then we're just missing one here, so this is this, yeah, that needs one. It's all very complicated. The moment this is part of this, and it shouldn't be, and this isn't because it's got one there, so should we mirror that? Means anything in the crossing point, the three rails that actually touch each other in the center here, is in one block, which it should be. So this, I mean, this is all fine. It's more of a question of whether any of these signals are unnecessary rather than breaking it. I don't think they're breaking it, but there might be unnecessary ones here. Like the train that was heading east that wants to head north can do so As long as there isn't a train in the cyan section, which is all fine. I mean, a lot of these will need to be swapped out for chain signals, obviously, but this is unnecessary because, yeah, and by extension, that one, I guess. No, that one. Yeah, it's about kind of like what trains you want to stop. So a train coming southbound heading east should prevent an eastbound train, which is why they can be in a shared block. Share anything? But that's not right. Because that then put the northbound in the same block. Southbound heading east should not prevent westbound heading north. At the moment it does not because of that signal. So that one is necessary. So this one is probably unnecessary. No. That issue is eastbound heading north shouldn't be prevented by southbound heading west. That can be blocked off by putting a signal here. No, it can't, because then they share a block. That one is unnecessary. But the one down here is necessary. As is that one. That's what I'm after. I think. I am. You may be able to tell at this point I'm not an expert on trains. Yeah, at this point, eastbound heading north is not prevented by southbound heading west. In such a case, so eastbound heading east would be prevented at this point. That signal there. Southbound heading west is prevented by westbound. Also prevented by westbound heading north, which it should be. Southbound heading east is prevented by eastbound, not by anything else. That looks right to me. 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks within the junction. Looks correct, so we just need to consider where chain signals are appropriate. I don't think any of them are necessary. Kind of want to stop people coming into the central junction, so any entrance point to the central junction should be a chain. So northbound only comes in if the northbound exit is clear and no one is trying to head northbound from eastbound. Eastbound won't come in unless eastbound exit is clear and no one's trying to come in from north. From southbound likewise. They will wait here until this is clear. This is clear when the train leaves that point. So there is still an issue. I need to build out the next signal. Is like that. Yep. If there is a locomotive in here, then this is currently saying you can go ahead. So the train, the back of that train will block the entire junction out. So it's not until this one is clear that we want them to be allowed. So that needs to be a chain as well, which will turn them both red. So they'll wait back here. If they're waiting there, they might as well wait here in order to look neat. I guess. Prefer it when they park on the straight bits rather than on the junctions, is all. Therefore, by the same logic, if you should wait at that entrance, you should wait at this entrance in order to head wherever you're going. You're still right that we don't want one in the middle of the bottom. Yes. Unless we were allowing trains to move this far up and wait here. Which, as just discussed, I'd rather it waited at the end. So the entrance points have a chain signal, then a chain signal, then a chain signal and out. Chain, chain. So should that be a chain? It should be. And out, and then from this side, chain, chain. That should be a chain, and then out. If the next section is clear, even though on the east there isn't a section at the moment, but we're planning around assuming there will be at some point, and therefore making the signals as if there is. So it's those are the entrances and those are the exits as well. Each exit is a regular signal permitting the next block up. And then it's chain signals all the way through everywhere else, I guess. I guess we're good then. So if I put a locomotive dead centre, it's now telling us that locomotive is clear to proceed, and an eastbound heading northbound would be clear to proceed. So saying eastbound is clear. No, because that one's red. So it's saying even though that's green, they won't, because the chain signal feeds back to the blue one, so they would wait there. I believe that is signalled correctly. I guess we'll find out when it's up and running. We'll ultimately find out when we've got all three directions up and running, but let's T-junction. Let's save that into our book and hope that it turns out to be right. So now I want to signal up the entire distance north-south here. I think we want to start at the north and then see how that lines up with the T-junction at the bottom there. Adjust the exit of that T-junction by a minor amount if we need to. Although we will adjust around where the copper one comes in, I guess. Because that distance is not the same, so... how to approach this. Let's go put those inserters into place. That's something that needs to not be forgotten. So that's good to run. That's a silly thing I didn't consider when I was playing with those blueprints. We built this off the back of the unloading one, so all the inserters are facing the wrong way. If they were facing the right way, they'd be loading right now. We need to redo that blueprint as well. Possible to... and you can't rotate them here. So We just have to grab it again. It's fine. It's fine. It's from there. No. There, I guess. Let's take out that. Click to remove. We could grab more. We could. Let's grab more from here to there. It's kind of like the whole thing with the power grid, with the signaling. Signals are down there. Next signals are up there. So with the balancer, the signalling on the main line, the whole junction, the whole loading bay, the radar, this is a full train loading. Yes. See if that blueprint serves us. If not, we can run back up here and grab a smaller section, I guess. Looks like all three inserters are grabbing stuff. Last one less than the others. The output from the mines all appears to be flowing nicely. None of them are getting backlogged at all. They're all working, so good. It's the best that can be. Fine, let's, while we're here, get our grenades back out. Finish off the last of this forest. Be ready for expansion of that solar farm at some point. Then we need to look at the spacing on the main line in order to fit that copper station in. It's just south of us. Not sure how that's going to look. I would like to leave at least one train's length on the main line before we have it. Ideally 2 trains lengths. There's that forest done. Let's go take a look. Let's do the signals on one side and then we can see where it all lines up to. Easier to do the right side because we can see the boxes. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there, and therefore there. Oh, yeah, that's right. There, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep, and therefore there. There, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep. And 3, 4, 5, no, a little further down here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep. So yeah, this is the thing is. That's obviously more than 6, but you can't fit one in the middle. Let's take a look. Really want to line up the top signals on the blueprint with a real signal. And make sure we've got at least a train's length away. So 1 train's length away is here. That's good, that's pretty close. The second one is there. So if they were there, we'd have to flip all these belts so that it's fed from below, but that's not bad, and that is 1 train's length away. So if we pull that down That's the next option. That's 2 trains lengths away. It's also not bad. That radar might need to move for an actual drill. But then everything will feed out the top and the balancer will move and feed in a little differently. But that is fine, and that's 2 trains lengths away. So the next one down is like a really good distance, really long. And really lines up nicely at the top, but kind of looks like I can't point at it, can I? The belts for loading might be in the way of a drill, possibly. That's also what I want to see is if that lines up, how are we looking at the bottom? Looks like you would still fit a full train's length at the bottom, rather than 3 at the top and 1 at the bottom. Why don't we have 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom? That's the ideal, is it not? Well, I should think it would be. So that is 1. It's 1 below there is here. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. So let's force place that. We need to sort out. Oh, what has gone wrong there? Stop that. That was not aligned. The signals were aligned, but the poles weren't. Something is wrong. Oh dear. Cancel as much as we can. That's the bottom one that's wrong. Yeah, remove all the bottom ones. So that wasn't lined up good. Something. I was only looking at the signals, but there's, because of the train grid is in 2s, something else wasn't right there. Clear all this away and start again. Okay. Last few bits need picking up. That is the first lot, so if we come down to the second lot, then the power grid isn't lined up. We'd have to bring it down a little bit more in order to line the power grid up. If we go on the first lot, it's also not lined up. Okay, so the signals that are placed out according to a length of 6 carriages on the train don't align with our power grid spacing. Fine, so we want to get, that's 2 train lengths at the top and an unknown amount at the bottom, approximately 2. So we don't want to shift up a little, firstly because it's not a little, it's quite a lot. That will reduce being able to fit what's above, so we want to shift down the closest point where the power lines up, which is there. Force that in, that should be better. Then we want to remove these 2 signals, because we're going to use those 2 instead, and that gap's going to be a bit longer than normal, than appropriate, but it is what we want. We can also cancel those belts because they're not going to look like that. Just strip it back a little bit. Take the poles that are in the way of the corner out of the way. This one too. Then at the bottom, these are the pre-existing signals we just put in. Those are the ones that fit a train. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so signals south of here need to be moved. Any signal south of here needs to be moved. That should line up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should be there. 2, 3, yep. So that one goes up there. And does that allow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? That is spot on for the signal below it. That is perfect. Very lucky. So 3 train lengths fit below it, and 2 and a little bit above it. You happy with that place then? Need to make a train stop. We didn't have any spare of those. Let's make a bunch. This is going well. I know we've spent, what is it now, 3 hours making 2 train stations. Still. I feel like that's actually quite a lot, considering how much I like to fiddle with these things to get them aligned in a way that makes me happy. They're good, I think. It's an interesting shape, even though it's a bit weird, but it's interesting. I think it's all signalled nicely. It's all spaced out good. This could be an issue here. We'll place that out in a minute and find out. We're short of steel chests as well. We may not have the steel necessary to make them. Interesting. Have to go and forcibly smelt some extra steel. Yeah, we're missing extra. Okay. Something to remember next time we go back to base. Okay, is that all placed out? Looks good. I have an unnecessary amount of poles here because it's a different to the one above. I've thought of that in the blueprint. We only need the one. Those lot are unnecessary. No big deal. We'll leave it. We'll tear them out of the ones that don't need them like that and whatever. At future floppings. Good at the bottom. Okay, so let's extend the power grid over. The appropriate height and width and everything. That, I think. We'll probably end up filling this in later when we put the next row of solar in. The 2 at the bottom are going to be missing so they don't collide. Or maybe we'll do a half length in that gap, possibly. This row will be a full normal one. Then we'll probably fill this entire gap in with the grid. But that's for when we work on the solar, not for what we're doing at the moment. Now we need to get these electric mining drills lined up. That's interesting. The radar we put them on doesn't quite cover everything. May need to go put a second radar up there. We'll see. Also, perhaps shouldn't have called that northeast because of how the base is going to expand. It's probably going to be east. No big deal. My point was, the one next to the pole points to the right. This looks quite big. I think we're going to get a lot of drills in here. Got enough with us. Should have. Another 150. Say that, we're getting through them, that's for sure. Wonder if we will actually need to be careful on this one about how we bring them together. What's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it'll still take 3, 2.5 those full runs to need to worry about it. It's possible. Could put another one facing right here, then we would need to move that radar. Oh, no we wouldn't. Ah, yeah, we would, because we can fit one there. They're not necessary, we are covering the ground. It's only like a small amount here on the edge, so I don't think that is worth shoving the radar somewhere else just to grab those extra little bits. Those 3 there are fine, and likewise these ones here. No, we can do those simple enough. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to bother putting those ones there. It's fine. We've certainly got enough on this patch. I've brought enough belt with us. This edge one's only got the one side. I kind of want to balance that a little bit before feeding them in. I know the others weren't like they weren't even here. Oh, one's run out already. Like here, there's more on the right than the left, but that's so minimal that I didn't really care. Here they happen to have got balanced with the way I did it. But here it's significant to have only one side, so here is halfway down. I would like to flip them onto that side of that belt. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 coming out again. The ones to the left here are a bit longer. A bit. These 2 on the end can join with each other. And then there's no real good option. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 30, 32, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 46, 50. It's still less than the 75 or whatever number we came up with. Still a lot less than that. But still, we kind of want to join the edges and then do a 5 to 4 kind of. The productivity goes up much more, we might have an issue. What would a 5 to 4 look like? Feeding that one line in evenly across the other 4. You can do just by feeding it in like that and Feeding the other 4 in. Kind of like that. And then doing the 4-to-4 balancing. Issue is only if that line is more highly saturated than the other side. So would you want to kind of do that? Kind of makes sense to me. Jumble everything around and then feed it in and then do the balancing. It seems unnecessary with the scale of what a blue belt can carry, but still, because there's no right. Because we've got 3 big ones, actually. Yeah, even the other ones are. When we join them, the 2 outsides are going to be the biggest. So we kind of want to turn the 3 middle into 2. So I'm going to join the outside ones. Light is in the way. Let's move it up on them. Join the outside ones like this. And they're going to be like more full than the inside ones. So we want to join these 3 together. Turn them into 2. Which we just want to do like that. It jumbles all of them with each other. Turns them into 2. So if this then comes along that side and this from that side, and then we do kind of want to come round the corner then do the balancing. In which case let's do this slightly different as well. Of juggling and messing around here. That's going to come around the corner. They're going to also that. So that. They go under. These go to another splitter in the middle. Last splittering, and those are 4 balanced lines. Then feed in same as at the other place, splitting out and spinning round and getting loaded in, except we're missing a few steel chests down here, which will mean it's not pulling at maximum speed with that. Nevertheless, appears to be pulling away from the drills at an acceptable rate. Is that those 2 join, those 2 join. That means that one and that one are joining there, which means that last splitter is unnecessary. But isn't doing any harm, so well, yeah, that's fine. I believe that is fine as it is. We need to bring more steel chests over. Can I rename this? Yeah, from the map. Good. It's going to be Iron East 1. This is going to be Copper East 1. Good. It's all well spaced. Yeah, we did get it all nicely lined up before we started, so don't see the need to fill Kind of do see the need to fill an extra line there, actually. Keep that kind of square. Perhaps to the north here as well. Yeah, I think so. This will carry on northbound and the grid will join up. If we have things further to the north that we want, probably that copper up there will be joined from this line. It might be joined from a line that comes up the west instead. Not sure at this point. Not important at this point either. Yeah, I just want to fill this corner in with poles and lights. I think we can activate some trains. Plug some bits and pieces in. Aha. Shall do that around the pole. Except a light is going to go there, so we'll revisit that in 1 second. Something is amiss there. That light shouldn't be there, which means that light shouldn't be there. Find the right buttons for what I'm trying to do. This should be like there instead. Next time we run past that, that will fix itself. Be a light there. These ones, and then here this one is. Just gonna have to use an underground, aren't we, to get around it. That's fine, that's not a big deal at all. Empty the copper that I don't want in my backpack. So we need some 8 steel chests. We need to find the steel to do that. Then we've got 2 sets of locomotives, so we can set that iron and that copper running, then expand our network gradually beyond that some other point. Should get a stone, a second iron for steel first, then deal with how we're going to rearrange the oil, I guess, to this space over here. So that iron, 7.9 million iron there, is going to be built over the top of, with oil processing, coal liquefaction, whatever it is, or with a train station initially, and then probably up here will be the other stuff. Fine, so we need to find some steel, that's one thing. We also need to cut off this copper and this iron, because we're going to get the train supply hooked up. We don't want those there. Going to tear it down completely. Although I notice they're not moving, so what has happened to cause that? Have we just built everything we can? We're full of belt, that's where most of the iron was going. Why don't I grab a little of that, that'll get it moving again. Yeah, not full of stack inserters because we're not getting green circuits here. Grab a few that we can run round with. We're not getting green circuits. Why is that? Because we're not getting copper in here. Because I missed a little bit down here. Oops. That'll be why everything ground to a halt. Some random steel we've got lying around. Let's grab a whole bunch and make a whole bunch of steel chests for future use. Now we can put there. That's the blueprint we didn't use. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Hello. Hello, Ellie. You right? Hope you're good. So busy. Usually the way around this time of year, isn't it? Okay, so we're done with all this. Let's tear the mines out first. Reconnect the belt and let them feed through before we get the trains going. That'll clear through a little bit. A few videos left to edit. Ah, good. Good, good. Let's put bots to use. They'll be quicker at this than I can be. Go. Let's actually reconnect it then and clear those belts of stuff. Same over here. When they're cleared through, we can tear it all out. Guess we'll leave the power poles in there because they fill in the grid in this small area, but it's fine. That one out as well. About poles in that area. Let's have a look. Let's see. Yeah, I think we tear these away. We just have the ones that run along the roads to get to the solar farm. So let's take, oops, that lot. Dig all these out as well. We're no longer using. Old smelting area. Lot there as well. Tear some of this away. This is all unused stuff. A few poles there that need upgrading to medium-sized ones, so. Let's fill in the whole roadway. Work out the spacing of the lights, don't we? So it's sort these poles out and then work that out. From here it's skipped one place, I think. Doesn't look right. Notice how it is down there. I guess we would just normally have done that. No, that's fine. That's how everything is on the rail lines anyway. Just means there's no lights coming down this side, which ought to be. Let's put some in then, like it's kind of mirroring how it is in the solar farm. Would be one there. Skip those because they're on the roads that have the lights. I guess it's not perfect, but there we go. It's just lighting, it's not as important as keeping the poles in a perfect square. There, that should have one there, and then these are going to change anyway. That's everything north of the road is old, so let's not worry about that. Let's let the bots do a bit of work. So don't worry about connecting this end later. We just need to move where that copper one is, because copper isn't being unloaded on that run. That's going to be steel. It's struggling because the amount of coal left behind here. Give them a hand tearing this all up. These so we don't forget them as well. So it's the right way around. That's all fine. Let's let these sleepy bots get back home. Sleepy bots, okay. We've got a whole bunch of rubbish now that needs clearing out. That. We need to go fix that feed at the top, don't we? The undergrounds. It's moving again. Reconnect it. Can help the bots tear this up. All good, so that's all the temporary feeds are taken away, so we can put the proper ones from the trains in now. Just do want to do the other end, get the copper lined up properly, that end too. Okay, we need clear space so I can dump some rubbish. Oh, let's use a steel one then, so we can get the wooden ones, so we can dump off all this rubbish they're giving to me. Old transport belts as well. Need more chests for destroying stuff. Okay. Few more bits to tidy up here. Those poles need upgrading. Good. Let's dump all of that as well. belt bits, those old inserters, old poles. We need more medium electric poles. Must grab those from the box. That's looking all good. It's all the rubbish dealt with, so this is not going to be the copper one anymore. This one, will we? So let's connect that in instead. Let's grab poles. Where are they? They're over here. Got everything else? I think so. Or enough of everything else for a while. That's all good then. We're ready to plug in the train supply of ores. Initial train supply of ores. Now, do need to be careful at this point. We're activating trains on these lines. To be extra careful when running across them. So this is going to be copper ore unloading. Here we're going to put 2 locomotives, 4 cargo wagons. Just need to let it load up with some coal. Oh, that's interesting. That inserter can't grab them fast enough to load the second locomotive until, I guess, until the first one is full. Just give it a minute to work on that then. No, we can grab them because they're not moving. It's interesting. Not ideal. Could we move those inserters down 1? We can, yeah. To be preferred if they're not in the same position for the 2 locomotives, but rather they were able to load. Maybe they just can't load both at the same time. Regardless, not sure. Doesn't hurt to move them down 1 and give it a go. Okay, so this is going to be our copper train. Let us change the colour to be... How do you make orange? Red and... Yeah, something like... This doesn't look very orange. I think that's the problem. If I look at the square here instead, it might. That's yellow. It's orangey. Should be red and some green. That's not. I don't think we're going to get a colour I'm happy with. Let's go with 255-100. And then that should be 255-100. Can you copy paste the colour? I don't think you can. Oh, you can't recolour cargo. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be the colour for copper ore. We're going to go to copper, east 1, and I was actually planning on having 2 trains, wasn't I? We're going to need to build that. And I don't know what the option here is. I think we'll need to use a circuit condition to make it wait for the next train to come up behind it. So why don't we use what we've done at the other side? Or even why don't we use inactivity? Let's use inactivity. 5 seconds of inactivity, that's fine. then come to copper ore unloading, and yeah, wait for inactivity. Although, no, inactivity, that's fine. You want it to stay until it's empty, really. But, which we can be more explicit about and say empty cargo. I guess I wouldn't want it to stay if one of its cargo wagons is empty, even if the others are still unloading. Because then the unloading speed isn't optimal. We'd rather move a train in that is going to unload all 4 at the same time. I don't think vanilla has a good way of doing that. We'd need a whole circuit down here that looks at whether these inserters are moving or not. All 6 of those have stopped, or all 6 of those, or all 6 of these, or so on. Then tell the train to go. We might play with circuits. We might build the second trains for the routes and then play with the circuits to see if we can get it to do what I want. When they're loading at the outpost, I want them to stay there until another train comes behind it. When the other train comes behind it, move. I think we can do by checking the signals behind it. Not sure. Go. There we go. And this guy, colour, we want a light blue. Yeah, something like that. Let's go 100 255. That's simple enough. You are going to go to iron east 1, wait for an activity, and then come to iron ore for iron unloading, wait for empty, go. Here we are loading. We need to head over there, don't we, to put them last. We need to head over there without running across the rails to put in the last steel boxes. It's very interesting to see how quickly the ores are getting taken away on that side. They're not being taken fast enough in the middle. See, that means some machines aren't running. We shall need to look at that. Let's get these chests into place. I mean, that could be the answer, is those missing chests. Some of these chests are full. Means their lines aren't moving. Balancer should then, yeah, it just means some of the lines are overloaded because the chests are full, so we're not moving them away quick enough. But then we can only move them away as fast as we can unload them the other end, really. We only need to move them away as fast as we can unload them the other end, so we won't know if we've got an issue until we get things flowing with actual, like, with production of goods. Which we're some distance away from. Okay, so that's... Need a radar down here as well. The top of the iron ore. Will that cover everything? Probably not. Right on the... No good spot, I don't think. Why don't we do them on the corners? One on this corner, one on that corner. 2 radars now. I've got 1 left. Could build 1 more, that's good. To the north of the coal patch so that I don't get shoved onto the tracks by the belts. Yeah, I think 1 here or up Here is best, isn't it? That's actually cornerish. No, that's not right. Is it? Yeah, that's equally distanced from the road, so that's fine. Smelting coal. Copper, even. Good. Yeah, there's radar coverage for everything. Should definitely cover down here. We'll probably need some at the top as well for whatever we build up there. So yeah, copper and iron are flowing, but of course we will have a dead patch when the train is on its way or loading somewhere else. But because we're currently unloading at the same pace we're loading, there it is, there's the copper running dead. If there's backlogs, we won't have that problem. The lines will get filled up. Or if we get more trains up and running, we won't have enough trains on these stops. I don't think we'll need we will need multiple outposts in order to maintain constant unloading. Interesting. Some of these are, I guess the newer ones are not full. No point in putting a second train up if it can't be filled with what's coming out of here, because you can see now that we're flowing. There's no backlog here. All of the drills are running full speed and loading. It's probably going to be impossible to find out unless we're consuming the ore at full speed. We won't know if 2 trains are needed or helpful or anything, or 3 trains or whatever. I would like to put a second train on each of those anyway, so let's find our random storage of engines that we've got somewhere, and then grab the extra materials we need to turn them into some trains. Let's gonna need 4 locomotives, so 80 engines. Then make those, okay. I've got 4 cargo wagons. We're going to need another 4, so I just need to grab like 200 iron. These are not connected, of course. It is the general plan for them, but temporary thing we can do that for now. I need steel as well, okay. It's nice to be up and running with the smelting at much higher speeds than ever. Been a while since we had materials coming in as we've been going through our tear down and rebuild process. Many 32 level 3 speed modules now. We are going to need a much bigger focus on making them if we're going to get anywhere. What is the slowdown? It's the green, which is just coming. We're just taking half of what's being made there. We could expand that. Why don't we? Can upgrade them to begin with to be faster, and then put more in. Why not? Because that needs moving up as well. temporarily. So that we can get the long inserters for those copper cables in. It's not ideal because it's dropping and grabbing at the same place. Let's put them that way round. And they can output be fed onto there, I guess. If we've got two feeding on that side, why don't we redo these as well? Balance those two sides-ish. Or whatever. There, so they're fully fed now, they just... they are slow, so... it is what it is. We can cut out these random lines related to things we're not actually creating here anymore. It's fine, that's just a box keeping them safe for a while until we come and reconfigure everything here. We got junk we can now dump. We don't need to carry as much train stuff around unless we're going to go now to do the next train stuff. I just want to put those speed modules into that system. So yeah, that's all fine. Could get even more iron flowing into these. We don't need it, but can glue it all up instead of having some red bits. Then more iron will make it into things that are currently running. The offshoots are not blue, but everything all the way down to here is, so because we're operating the smelting at full speed in essence, so we've got 4 full belts of no, we don't. Got 2 full belts of iron coming off, and we can have 2 full belts of copper here if we combine them. However, four full belts rely on the smelters having the speed upgrades in them, I think. I think that's what we did the math on, but then it wouldn't be... adds 50% speed and we're going to be putting 4 in, so we're actually got a lot less than 4 full belts. I think the number of smelters we put in each run was based on filling the belt if they got all speed 3 bonuses in, so we actually have a third of 4 full belts, 1 and a third full belts. At the moment, we need the modules to get more. Okay, it's fine. I'm going to disconnect this up here. I don't think we're using this stone, but I want to clear it out at some point soon. And yeah, it's not even moving. Okay, that's going to be messy to do, but never mind. Okay, we want to grab a bit of coal so we can kick-start the engines in the extra trains we're putting in. Then I want to make sure it's safe to cross the road and start them up on these. It's need 2 more locomotives than that. I didn't queue them up. Okay, no problem. 2 locomotives, 4 wagons. I'm going to paint these 255, 100. 255 100. Give some fuel. And for now, let's tell you go copper east 1 until inactivity, and then copper ore unloading until empty. Can do the same as the other one for now. These should be 0, 25, no, 0, 100, 255. 0, 100, 255. He wants a bit of fuel as well. And go to iron until inactivity. Iron for iron unloading until empty. Go. Shouldn't be. Oh, he's just, yeah, because he's going to the outpost first. He's just using the empty run to get up there. That's fine. No inbound trains. Okay, let's head over to that copper station, start playing with circuits, see if I can work out what I'm trying to do over there. My steel chests are still like full, so 2 trains might not empty them, which is good. I want to cross this track. Let's do it behind the train in case it starts moving. What we want to do is check this signal back here. And well, let's see what we can check. We want a decider and some green wire to work with. If I feed green wire from there into a decider, what can I do? Not much. Be some kind of generic signal we get. One. Is it like outputting? Yeah, it's outputting green because there's a green there. See what happens when the next train comes around. I'm expecting it will just keep outputting green until the train comes into the station, then it'll be red. Okay, it does orange as well when the train's approaching. That doesn't help us. No, that doesn't help us. We want the decider on the one behind. We want to say if it gets the, I guess it was a yellow, not an orange, a yellow greater than 0, so it gains a yellow signal here. We want to go and tell the station to kick the train out. Need a bit more green wire to do that. Can run it along here. I think this is possible in vanilla, I don't really know. Connected to network. Mode of operation. Enable, disable, no. Sends the contents of the circuit network to the train so it can be used as weight conditions. Yes. Set number of trains to go into stop. No. Read the contents of the train. Number of stopped trains or the number of trains. Not particularly important. Other than, so I'm not entirely sure this is going to work. So what we want here instead is wait until circuit gives you something that can't be accidentally fed in, so a tick. The decider is going to output 1 tick if you get a yellow signal. So that guy's going to wait there until he gets a yellow signal. So that should work. My kind of concern is what happens if a train comes in, gives the yellow signal, but there's no one waiting. It'll just pull around and park up. That's acceptable, right? The problem here that it didn't give a yellow signal on this occasion. It's gone straight to red. Or was that just... No, because that's just moved. Because I haven't changed the configuration of this train, have I? That also needs to be circuit condition tick greater than 0. Yeah. It's going to wait there until it gets the signal, I think. Wait for the other train to come back to find out. This might not happen because it's going to sit here until it's empty, and those chests are... a lot of them are full. Could take a while to empty that train out. Okay. That train's interesting. They just picked a random one kind of in the middle. The guy moves out, he moves up. Oh, this guy is moving now, good. We will get to see. Need a radar down here as well. Okay, should put one in that T-junction. And he just got kicked out because as he was approaching, that went yellow. So as long as the signal always gives a yellow at some point, it'll be okay. The thing in the back of my mind is what is there an occasion where it just goes red to green or green to red? In which case we just need another decider, don't we? That's all. You also notice the train stopped. Ideally it wouldn't. The outbound train would get moving earlier. I think we have that option in that we can't use the signal before. If this signal goes blue, don't think so. Let's plug in this decider and see. Different output signals, red, yellow, green, blue. If it goes... Well, we don't want to... Yeah, no we can't, because we don't want to kick the train out of here just because someone's heading northbound. There's no way of discerning from the colours of this signal whether they are heading north or not. We'd need the ability to not just read red, yellow, green, blue, but also read the intentions of the train approaching, which there's no option there for that. We do want to also read the red. I think the best... We can put another decider in that says if it gets red, then kick off a tick as well. But actually, I think if we change this to output A on red or yellow, and then this to decide if it gets A greater than 0, give us a tick, then that's better. Need to do the same to the iron now. I'm not sure we're actually going to to be emptying the trains quick enough to test these things out anymore, but there we go. Oh, what are they? Oh, they're sorting that light out, yeah, that we changed earlier. Cool. Can I cross safely yet? So I need a bunch more green wire to do this. Got the decider that goes there. One away from the lights, yep. I go from the signal to its post over the road onto the decider, and from the other side along here. No. What's the button to... Just have to replace the light, never mind. Click better this time. All the way down over the top onto the station. Okay, this should be send to train, yep. Change the outputs of the signal, so red or yellow give us A. Tell the decider if A is greater than 0, output 1 tick. Could be anything good, it could give that Z or whatever. No big deal. That's it. Let's safely cross. Then using the map I can grab iron trains and change it so instead of activity it's when you get more than 0 ticks, and the other iron train instead of activity when you get then 0 ticks. Okay, so that should now work. We can leave them to it and start using that iron and that copper. We just need to plug in some stone and some more iron for the steel, then deal with the train station the other side for the copper, other coal and liquid processing that we're going to do over that edge. Would be my next thought, I guess, is that hooking that station up, but we'll need to disable everything to do that, so we will stop production of stuff like the sulfuric acid, the plastic which are needed for the chips, and we need, yeah, stone, I don't know. There's one on the top right, northeast would probably be best. We can carry this line up and get it. One over this side we might also grab as we go for the copper ore, don't know. No urgency, because the local stuff we can plug that in for quite a while. We do actually want to clear out most of this to be able to put the road in here safely, but or cleanly. There we go. Either way, it's just over 4 hours into the stream. It is time for me to take another break so I can stretch my legs out again and top my empty drink up and everything to stay a bit healthier. So as ever, just be a couple of minutes. We'll leave it running and then we'll carry on with these projects when I get back. I'll see you then. Hello there. Back from my break. Brain is not fried yet tonight, so we will keep going. I was taking some more cough syrup and stuff like that, so if I start coughing more soon, I apologise. But I'm hoping it is going to help shift this nasty cold. Okay, let's... Are the trains behaving themselves since I've left them going? So this guy is full. And is sat there, like he should be. This guy is slowly emptying, so we need to use up more of what's coming in order to get them flowing properly, because that's... If we do have 1 1/3 full blue belts, we're currently actually using like maybe the third or less. That's fine. We'll assume that what I've set up is working properly and deal with it later if it's not. Okay. Kind of want to leave this running, making more modules for a while. Got all the materials to kind of keep going, I guess, with the expansion of the rail, which so we want to connect up a stone somewhere, and we want to connect up a second iron. We've not discovered any more iron apart from this one, and the starting ones, I guess, both of which I want to build over the top of, so we're going to have to go for this one. Which means we're going to have to build through here. We can just shift all the cracking out of the way. What would survive a long time on the 50,000 petrol that we've got stored up. Which is an option. You would run out of lubricant, but I think we kind of got enough belts now. We've done the belt heavy sections. The amount we've got there is probably going to last us, so I think we could go without lubricant. We mainly just want the chips to make the modules. And the chips need sulfuric acid and plastic. So we just need the petrol supply. 50,000 petrol, that will be fine, right? Yeah, let's go tear it down. And sorry. We need to plan in the stop that we're going to have here for unloading coal. If we are going to have it there. It's going to be like this, but there'll only be one unloading station. And maybe half a dozen waiting points at most. So my main thought is, instead of accessing it from the south, where we've got traffic running through, we might access it from the west, where we've got less traffic coming through. There still might be stuff coming down from the north, but if the point is coal, then we'll probably use this coal patch or this one. Use the rails roughly where they are now. So if you came off from the west, then you wouldn't be mixing that traffic with the traffic coming to this iron, this copper, whatever else is to the south. So we kind of want to run through here and then have a T-junction, the south of which is going to collect the iron and the copper, the north of which is going to collect the coal and have the offshoot. So we're not actually going to have an offshoot from the south, I think is best. This is just going to be rail running through and then at some point turning down. So let's deconstruct all this and get that into place. Let's just tear the lot out. Leave that bit of rail and those tanks with the petrol inside them, and we can just use up what we've got there for however long we need to. Should dig up this brick as well. I don't really have the inventory space to be digging brick up, so I think we'll leave that till later. Come back and dig all that up and let's work out where the concrete's going to go for this section. So there'll be a train stop. It'll be turned the other way round, so about that much. Then there'll be an area with the refineries, the cracking, the liquefaction. So we'll probably want a walkway that goes between those two things. Possibly. In the middle there somewhere. Then all of that oil processing.
Oh my god, we're doomed!
El Whito, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. I hope we're not doomed. Are we winning? Yes, we are. We're doing pretty good today in the game. Still a bit rough out of the game, but we're making pretty good progress, I think, in general. Good to see you. What were you up to then? There's Wormbot done his job. Playing Factorio as well. What were you? Are you a modded run? Some specific mods you're playing with, or what were you up to? Almost done with 4,000 science per minute megabase. I think we're just like a little bit away from that here. We're currently doing no science per minute, so might as well be 5k that you're getting towards. That's cool. That's great. I'll check that out sometime. When I'm done streaming, I'll check back in your VOD and have a look at it. That'd be good. Good. Is anyone around who hasn't followed El Whito? Then check them out as well if you like Factorio. That's what they're playing. So head over to their channel, give it a look. And if you like a simple Factorio, then give my channel a follow here, and we'll about twice a week at the moment. Obviously Christmas getting in the way, but we're planning on twice a week that we do a bit of Factorio, and planning on doing that for a while. So please do check us out. Why no science? We're in the middle of tearing everything down and rebuilding it. So we were doing somewhere around 1 science per second, and that unlocked everything we needed to unlock, like progression wise. Launched a rocket, it's just so that it's done, and then we're tearing the whole base down to increase capacity. So I've got long runs of smelting here now that can do 4 full blue belts of a material, whereas before we were doing like 1 full yellow belt of materials coming in. So we're currently expanding the rail network, getting the raw materials in so that we can rebuild at a higher science rate. Even so, by higher I mean like maybe 1,000 per minute will be enough for what I'm trying to achieve on this run. This isn't like a mega base run. There's a few achievements to tick off, and then I'd probably restart with a modded run, to be honest. No modules, no. We've got some being made here, where we've got 57 in that box there, but we need to next probably expand that so that we can fill these in with modules and get the full throughput, because at the moment they won't fill the belts up if we start drawing it off the top, but because we're not drawing it off the top, we can't really tell. We just want to finish. So far today I've plugged in the mining on the right hand side, so we've got iron and copper flowing again. But now we need to flow in the steel supply and the stone supply so that that's done. And then on this side there'll be a coal supply for the kind of oil-based production. When that side's done, we'll be able to start rebuilding the production lines. And we'll have like a main bus that runs up the right-hand side here and pulls off and starts doing things more seriously. But at the moment we're in that kind of middle ground between our initial science base and then this is like the phase 2. I imagine we would need to tear it all down and start again to do a phase 3 to get a significant amount of science throughput, and I don't think we're going to do that size on this run. The 2 achievements I got left to unlock are actually really dead simple and easy stuff that if we focused on it we could probably bash out in the next hour, but just kind of wanted to build a nice pretty base in the meat as well as getting those achievements before starting the next runs, whatever they're going to be, like a modded run, or I need to do the speedrun achievement and the handcrafting one as well, where you're not allowed to handcraft, which would be nice to get out of the way at some point. These have stopped. I've cut off the power, so they're not going to pump into the trains. Let me reconnect that. Ooh. Almost getting one over. Check out ultimate belts for the modded run. Cool. Let me make a note of that. Ultimate belts. We'll have a look at what that does. So I haven't really tried any of the big name runs. You know, I see other people streaming them, like there's Pi mods, isn't there? That's one I've not tried. There's space exploration I've not done. There's quite a few because I didn't play for a long time, so there's a whole bunch of mods I hear the names of that I know absolutely nothing about. It'd be nice to check them all out really over time. I suppose it would take like a year to check them all out, but we can, one at a time, I guess. Play Pi when you don't want to. Factory anymore. Yeah, I do wonder sometimes. They're too much, perhaps. I am just going to leave the pump jacks on to make it more obvious where those are. That's fine. Green science, 200 hours to get there. Yeah, I mean, I've got all the time in the world. You can tell on this run that I'm just taking hours and hours to do nice, simple, chill things. I can sit and spend 1,000 hours on a modded run, but I don't know if I want to really, especially streaming it. There's, I would like to play quite a lot of games, so I don't want my streams to be Factorio all the time forever, if you know what I mean. A couple times a week is nice, actually. It is a very nice game to chill out and build in. You played SpaceX for 800, yeah. I don't think I've got 800 total hours in the game yet. Might be close to it. Yeah, but I don't know, it's interesting though, isn't it? I mean, these mods, they seem interesting. I'm sure I'd enjoy it. I just maybe it would take forever. You're after 1,200 hours, yeah. It's fine, I don't, quite happy to sink 1,200 hours into having fun. There does come a point. Like my most played game is Hearts of Iron 4. I think I'm about 900 hours in that, I think. And I stopped because I just wasn't having fun anymore. And that's the point where I stop. I don't mind playing thousands of hours of the same game if I'm having fun the whole time. Which is, it's possible with Factorio. That sounds like, something like Pi. I might not have thousands of hours of fun with that. Got that out of the way. Let's take this a little bit further. To work out what point we're going to put the T-junction in. Sorry. We want it to run, I think we want it to run down the middle of the iron and the copper. And similar to here, we'll have a station underneath the iron. Probably one underneath the copper. Like on a mirror. Not sure. Catch up on sleep before working, no trouble. Nice to see you, Whiter, again. Thank you very much for raiding in. Have a good sleep. I hope work goes well later. Thank you very much. I don't want it. Don't know if this will be easier. Thank you very much. It'll be easier to put the stations into place first and then line up the T-junction, maybe? Seems likely. Then, yeah, okay, so to do that, I need to extend my power poles down so we know where the lineup is going to be. Didn't stock up on grenades, that could be a problem. Oh, and cliff explosives, okay, we'll need to stock up on bits and pieces at some point soon. Probably need to stock up on them before we can place these bits out, actually. Not that far to run back, I guess. Let's come back into sleep. There we go. That's where the grid is going to be. Then that's if we're going to have the station above the iron, I think we need to fit. If we put it below, then the copper one's going to be too close to it. I think then again, if we put it above, it's going to be too close to the T-junction, and that's going to be very awkward. It's also want to flip it, because at the moment the exiting traffic's going to head south. We don't want that. Can I to open? Does vanilla let you flip it, is the question. Need a copy. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Copy, upgrade, or export. So we're going to have to rebuild the whole thing in order to count the mirror. Or the mirror. Well, yeah, the horizontal mirror, I guess it is. We want it to work. Just want exiting traffic to be able to head north. I guess I can just cut that bit of the line out and build it different, and likewise the entering traffic to yeah, interesting. Okay, I think I just manually rebuild those junctions, really, which is no great shakes, no big deal. So it's either going to go there or it's going to go left 2, which is there. That's too far to the west, in my opinion, where the loading section is. And here would be Not too bad, so slightly to the right maybe. But yeah, like I say, it probably needs to go south of it because it'll be too close to the T-junction at the top. That'll not give them enough room to manoeuvre between the two junctions. So if it was heading south instead, let's just place part of this so I can see the distances. I go and stand south a bit. No, I can't see if I do that. I'm stood on the left-hand rail. The edge of my bot building is the bottom of the junction, so we can work with that. I'm stood on the rail. That's somehow really there is where the bottom is. So I can space the other side as well just so we can see it. That's where the main line is going to run in theory. That is where, it's not where the junction is, but it's like, it's where that is. So I guess actually like that distance away is where those signals are, which is going to be like there-ish. Is the end, the signal before that junction. As long as we can fit the copper one, we're going to need to mirror this somehow. I was kind of hoping you could, is it one of, no, it must be a mod that I remember that let you just mirror and flip blueprints around. So if that one is going there, then that is, that's not going to work because you can see where like in that line we're going to cut off the top of the edge of the copper maybe. Is that if I stand, that's going to go there. I stand where a pole is, so a pole is just left of me. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 poles below that is where the bottom of the curve is. 1, 2, 3, so that's where the bottom of the curve is. That is then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 will be the bottom of the curve. 2, 3. That is where that is going to happen. Could actually be kind of perfect. So that stretch of road is going to be the diagonal. There. So it will be able to fit all of the drills onto that patch, send them down and then east and back up to the loading bay. The actual station itself would fit there. I think I'm close to where it would be. It might be one grid to the south or something, if I didn't line the top bit up right. But am I... Did I put that pole? I did, yeah, it lines up with the rail I put into the north. So that is, I think, just about okay to put one south of the iron and one north of the copper. That'll be a similar distance to those, actually, which are, you know, working okay. So that'll be fine. We don't particularly need the copper right now. We need the iron to make steel from, but that's good. Those are likely in the wrong place, so let's take them out for now. Can leave that little bit of rail as a guideline of sorts, I guess, for later. We'll come back and look. Take that away and then just start running the main line up. We'll find out where that T-junction is going to be. But we need to bring some explosives down here to get this out of the way. 5 raw fishes. No idea where they came from. Any? Oh, there they are. 47 grenades. Take out the straight lines so that we can build the main line in, then we'll come back with more grenades to actually like clear some space to work around, I guess. And the cliff explosives, must remember to bring them down. Come to work here. That will do for now. Have to skip a bit of the rail here till we get those cliff explosives down it. Okay, so that's where our T-junction is going to join. Strip away some bits of it, and then I think we've got a blueprint we can just throw there. I hope we have. Is need to clear a bit more of this as well. Okay. I need the power grid. I'm not sure that's lining up right. It's not. Okay. Changes things. We need to move over to here to be in line with the power, which moves the rail over 3 rail spaces. Can't move left because it will put that loop over the copper. We can move right, okay. As long as, so they'll be like that, I think. Yeah, and the main line still won't cross over the copper, so that's okay. Also means that station will be further to the right, but then it's curious that it lined up okay. I'm sure it should have. Everything's on the same grid as over here. Interesting. It has to go there, it can't go. Because the next option with the right spacing is out here. which will move that curve. So we have to put it there, so that's fine. We just have to tear down what we've just put in and rebuild it. Never mind. Let's go get grenades and cliff explosives and then carry on clearing the space we need down the south. Let's also join them up properly to the line. Sure, that'll work out fine. Left a bit, I think. Yeah, there they are. Grab these grenades. Let's take all of them. Few bits of rubbish we can clear out, not much. Go throw some of these into the keep safe. Buildings and stuff we don't need now, but we might want later, so got some boxes of junk, we can go put them in. Let's put them extra speed modules in here. I don't need anything else. I should take more poles. That's running quite short. I need more chain signals. There, random junk. We don't need furnaces at the moment. We'll need drills in a bit. We should pick up more of them as well, actually. But pumps, assembly machines, refineries, chemical plants, beacons. Build some more radars as well. Okay, so let's craft more signals. Double radars. A bunch of electrical poles. That should do. Dumping all those pipes somewhere actually, because we're not using them. Then we'll head back out to the west and sort out those cliffs, those forests. Get the rail line lined up in the right place. Do I have them? Yeah, there. Pumps in with them. Probably forget I put them there and rebuild them later, but up to 76 modules. Looks like we could be making more. We should just throw a whole bunch of machines on it. I'm going to need a lot of them. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $36. 144 4 times. About just under 700. Take a while at the current rate to get that many. So that needs deconstructing. And 2. Let's clear out cliffs in this area. Let's get in. Those ones to the west there can probably stay. Don't think they're going to get in our way. Let's clear out those around here. These ones in the way of the train line. These ones are probably okay. Yeah, they look far enough out of our way, they're not going to cause any hassle. Might just push these back a little way. That'll do. Clear out the rest of the bad line and put the good one in. Deal with all this later. We're not actually going for the copper yet. Unless we've uncovered anything further south we want. Not really. That's not a good stone spot. I think that's the stone we'll go for. Looks nicest at the moment, or easiest to reach with a current rail layout. Let's clear all this out. Looks like everything. That shouldn't be in our way, that shouldn't be in our way. A little clump of trees here that are looking ugly, so we'll blow them up. Then we want to bring the power down. I don't want to put another, well, let's actually do this join down below where the station itself is going to go. Hope that this lines up right. That row. Sure, my eyes are good enough for this. No, it's there we go. Okay. Something's not right. If the rail lines up, the power doesn't. Now lines up, the power doesn't. So to the right of the pole. Lights are below the pole. Something's... copied a T-junction that's oriented a different direction, so something's gone wrong there, I reckon. Tearing all this back apart again. Grid is in line all the way over. Power grid's in the right place. problem. But the rail aren't aligned. So the rail over this side, it's the right hand rail that's in the centre and the left that's off centre. Over here it's the wrong way round. So that should be where it was. And on the right is centre, the one on the left is not, and those should be like oriented that way round. So it's the T-junction that's the problem. It's not aligning because I rotated it and it's not square, I guess. Let's take it out and look again at that blueprint. Can't rotate it in a different manner. That's the way it is oriented, and if you get the lights lined up, then the rail lines up. When you rotate it, it doesn't. It does. It does, but the power poles are in the wrong place, so let's build that. Tear out the power poles that are involved in that. Just realign the power grid with it. So the rail on the right is centralised, the one on the left isn't. Lights. Skip one and place one. Yeah, that's why the lights go on the outside of the rail. Yeah. So the problem was that rotating the blueprint, because it wasn't square, put the power poles out of alignment. So I thought it was putting the rail out of alignment, which it wasn't. So we do need to tear that all down and put it back where it was in the first place. Not all of it. Some of it. Let's everything on the right hand side there. Do this from the map. So I don't have radar coverage, that's why. Should be there. Just need recharging because I ran away from them too far. We needy bots. And the lights up the centre of the, they need taking out as well. Should just, actually they all need taking out because they're below the poles. They should be to the right of the poles. We're getting there. That's wrong. Because of the way rails align, makes them awkward. That's what I want. Necessarily need to take this all the way down because at the end of the junction coming to get the iron, we can stop until we need to hook up that copper. Be around here somewhere. Let's put one more blueprint down and then our bots recharge. Okay, let's look at this blueprint. Get this lined up in the right place this time. So it should. Poles need to line up, the rails need to line up, which they are. Don't necessarily want to do what we did the other side and have like the gap between the rail and the ore don't need to be equal, because this would be a long way south then, because this is a bit further from the ore. The lights aren't lining up. What would be the reason for the lights not lining up? It would be because I've skipped a row of lights and we don't when we're heading vertical. Right. Yeah, there's lights on every level heading vertical, which is overkill, but never mind, that's how I've done it. I've got enough lights on me, that's fine. We can't copy paste because of how rails align. Okay. Shouldn't walk over this rail. There are live trains on this track. They're not supposed to come this way. They could do it just to shock me. Try not to outpace my bots too much. There. Now this blueprint should give me more blue dots. Yeah, it does. A lot more. Okay. Just need to work out then. So there is an acceptable position. We get all blue all the way on the right hand side. And we line up with the grid on the left. We'll need to move the balancer south a little bit probably based on the output from, but we've got space to do that. Next one to the north would be there, which is fine. Still, yeah, okay. And to the south is probably too far. So what I would like to do is space out the signals. See how close we can get to train lengths from this junction in the north, like even train lengths to that next junction. Pull this down to have full train length. Two, three, yeah, that's right. Six, yeah. spot. Okay, so let's line up. Can we get signals in the blueprint to line up? No. Signals line up, the power poles don't. If we line the power poles up, then it's less than a full train's length, which we want to avoid. Come further north to the next snap. There's no winning, as we either need to cut the distance from the junction and leave a train's length between here and the T, or we could do that where I've put the signals, they could stay there. And those are moving. They are moving because they need to go at the other angle, not that angle. Okay. So down here I think would be... No, that's not preferable because... don't fit a full train length going up. We would be moving those. We would be moving those signals. Let's go there. Those are getting moved. I mean, we can leave those ones there. Those are the right place. It's just whether this bend comes out in the right place. So people coming into this are going to be on the right rail heading south. This needs to come a little further out, take that pole out of the way, build that in, and then that is in a good spot. Could come forward slightly, there would be better. Kind of. So that's fine. To not build that there, we're going to move the balancer further south from where it was on the other one. Do we have enough? Yeah, probably got enough of everything. Stack inserters, chests. Got a train stop as well, that's good. Bots do their thing. Stopped. We've run out of rail. Okay. We need to head back and get more rail. Oops. This is going to be Iron West 1. Anything else I need to grab if I'm heading back? Which this needs changing. Traffic leaving, he wants to head northbound on the left rail. Don't know why the ghost is being awkward. We'll need to go get some real rail to work with. Well, no complaints about anything else. It's rail. I've got the mining drills. Well, why don't we place them out in case we need more? Let's start with lights. So I would like to put another row in with light. Just about fits in before the cliff. Don't particularly want to fill in this gap on the right with grid. I don't think that's necessary. Let's get the mining drills out though. Which way round do they go? One on the pole faces right. I'm not going to put a row behind there just for those bits. This will be fine. I think we're going to have enough for this whole patch. We'll see. Oh, that's, yeah, not quite lining up because of the lights skip a row. Confused me there for a minute. Down the bottom here. Don't think those last ones are worth it. Let's just do there. I can copy these rows. That should paste better. Yeah. We'll leave those as well, like the other side. We are short then by another 51 drills, so let's go pick up drills and rail so that we can carry on down here. These are the kind of journeys where having the car might be a good idea, where I'm going from A to B and there isn't a grid of power poles in the way. Then I guess I could have brought a locomotive and taken the tracks back. Yeah, we're not that far away. We're still not that far away from the base with what we're working on. Some more poles wouldn't hurt us either. Poles rail, which is up here. And drills. Which are over here somewhere. Up the top there. Take a few more. What are we up to with them? Up to 95. Just another 600 odd to go. Why don't we double up? Let's move that down here somewhere, out of the way. But grab 5 of them. Why don't I also look up what that ratio should be? If we just use a calculator, making speed module level 3, one factory needs 2.5 a level 2 and 5 a level 1, so if we do 2 of that, 10, 5, 2. 10, 5, 2. These down here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll have level 1s on the left. Level 2's up here, which is 5, and then 2 level 3's there. So level 3's there, level 2's there, the 1's up this side. The spare machine's back. Take that away. That's going to be the output from here. A chest full of speed 3's. 2's go in there. No, not like that. It's the output, sorry. Got that wrong. These ones are the... can I... like that, I guess is... We'll do 3 go in there. 2 in the inputs. This needs to come further down. So these need a short one and a long one. And we'll do 2's from up here. Let's do this differently. Deal with that in a second. We need short and long as well because I don't actually want the blue ones from that belt. No, it's no big deal. The shared belt is fine regardless. And they're going to output there. This I think needs... This needs kind of like tidying and scooping because it's got the old stuff there. These should all be... Let's just scoop them just in case. Level 1's can go in the output of here. There we go. So they've got... that could go on the ground now. I guess. Short inserter, long inserter. Inserter, long inserter. Ah, that's... The red ones are heading up, not down. There we go, fix that. That needs an output. These need a short in and a long in. That can be replaced there. They need an output. Okay, so that's all the level 1s configured, pointing the right way. Inputs and outputs, they need to come up the top here and over. One further right. The inputs into level 2, which also need a short inserter and a long inserter. To grab the reds and the blues, then they need to output to that side. Which need to input to here. They need a short output. It's going to unload into a chest. That chest is going to have speed module 3 in it. And these random speed module 1s we got can get fed back into the system. We picked up the rail and the drills we need. We've doubled the production of level 3 speed modules and given them the correct ratio of in-feed. Only problem will be if we don't have enough raw materials to feed those, but that's... we'll just leave them to it. I don't really know what we've got anymore, so we will leave them to it. Is that Everything should be running okay. Just needs to get up and going to get them both going. Fine, let's leave them to it for a little while longer and head back to our rail stuff. Let's just clear out some of the junk we just picked up while fiddling with that. Old belts and inserters and poles. That's fine. Good. Dead mine here, we'll just take that. Actually, we're not using this anymore. Let's clear this one out. So keep making more ore for us to tidy up. This is not going anywhere. It was going into concrete. Maybe we can kickstart that again soon and make more of that. Petrol here is almost empty, so when it is, we can start tearing down the old rail network and all the bits like that before we rebuild the petrol processing somewhere. Okay, so it's all connected all the way down here. We need to finish off the actual mining. Just put in the belts for all that. Belt for that for sure. Okay, make sure we stay in range for the bots to do it all. Getting moved. Is that everything in range? Yeah. Move down and do the rest. So what do we got at this one? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 again. Same as the others. I guess we do the same, join the outsides together. Turn the 3 in the middle into 2. There is best to do that. So and those two are not really what I want. I would like, let's move this. It's just not going to fit here, I think. Can move it over like that. Yeah. So that one goes there, that one goes like that. Down. I want to kind of do that just to, I don't know, not sure what the right is and not too bothered. Let's bring these up. That we want. Let's line these up. That should be there. So let's move this one more to the right. Yeah. That needs to come one further away so it doesn't interfere with the front of that splitter. then no, they need to go there and there. That one needs to go there. Those two outputs are going in there, and that one's moving over one. So I removed the balancer, and I think it actually could have been in the right place. There we go, they're balanced, and then just feed them into here. Overwritten my splitter there by accident. And that splitter also got overwritten by accident. There we are. We're loading good and proper. Let's get the rest of this rail put in proper. And then we need to do, or I want to do, might not have brought enough materials for this. No, I didn't. We needed a decider combinator and some green wire to do the circuit settings for the config of the trains. Yeah, these guys are joining like that. I don't know why. Trouble before, but just going to miss a light off there, and that's fine. And then we need to, yeah, check the signals here because we moved the actual junction parts. That one at the top we put in a good position, and then just need one like after that part of the junction. One before this, and that one is there. Although we've changed the angle, so that should be where the straight section ends rather than where the straight section used to end. Coming across at the moment, they won't need one in the middle here. Separate the right side from the left side. That one I want to move to be in line with that one. So that's all fine for that junction. We just need to sort out the one here. So again, that should move all the way to where the straight ends now, and there should be one at the entrance lined up-ish, I guess. It's kind of like one junction, not really two, so this should move all the way down to be opposite this. Symmetry. How did we do it the other place? Yeah, they were moved out for symmetry, and those are there for symmetry, so that's the same. And there's a bunch in the middle there. There's one just after, which I guess is this equivalent. That I think is irrelevant. That yellow block is... No, it is. If a train is joining, then a train can't cross. So the train joins, and no, because we'd, like in the other case, like we said, we'd rather have it wait before the junction rather than in the middle of it. So that is best. We just need to change every entrance to be a chain signal, and then that central one to be a chain as well. The exits are regular signals, and that's fine. That's all good. So the length here is still good. Yes, that's a full train and a small amount. It's fine. This one's here, and we just want to then space out full length afterwards, although we're not actually going to use it at this minute because we're not actually heading for the copper yet. We will do that in a while, or well, like when we need the copper, I guess, once we've started production chains that are consuming it. So that's fine. That is, I believe, that mining post done. Iron is feeding in, the rail is all done and signalled. Everything's in the right place. So we just need a decider combinator. That's what we need to do. I would, though, fill that light in while we're walking past and it's missing. Just do with another short break. Stretch the legs again. No, it hasn't been the typical 2 hours between each break that I have, but I could do with one now, so I will do. If I leave this open pointing at a decider combinator, then I'll remember that's what we need to do when I get back. But I'll always be another 2-3 minutes like usual. Have a wander around. If you've been sat staring at your screen as long as I have, I recommend you do the same. And if you've been enjoying watching, either live or later in the videos, then would really appreciate your support. Come click the follow button, click that subscribe button, whatever it is, whatever doesn't cost you anything. Give it a click, and I appreciate that huge amount. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hello there. I am back from the break again. Legs are sleepy. Decider combinator, don't forget. It's recently this week the plan of aiming to do 8-hour streams each day. Still kind of want to. I just am finding that somewhere around the 5-6 hour mark, it feels like I've only got one more hour in me, so I think I'd like to keep going and see if I can get into a good rhythm of it. It's all chill what we're doing. It's not like it's high pressure or anything. I just legs get sleepy, I guess, and brain gets foggy. That might just be the games we're playing. I don't know. Going forward, we might cut down maybe to aiming for 6 hours instead. It's not like I feel the 8 hours are unhealthy or anything. That seems fine. I'm just not sure it's I'm getting the most out of the games by pushing myself to do 8 hours when I don't know. Then again, quite a few days we've just kind of ended a little early. Done 7 instead. I think we did like 6 and a bit yesterday, I think, so might be overthinking that, and everything's okay. No big deal either way, is it? You know, we'll don't see many people, many streamers who advertise a finish time for their streams. Quite a few who do finish at a specific time for whatever reason. Not many who are starting and be like, oh, we're going to finish at exactly this time, and so on and so on. So we don't need to worry about it. We'll do what we've been doing. Start at 2 PM. And I go as long as I feel like on the day. Then again, I suppose a lot of this might be my throat, you know, the cough, this illness that's hanging around. It could be making me not feel like 100% as I'm going past the 6th hour or whatever of talking non-stop. Well, almost non-stop. So the stop is at to send a train. The decider says if you get an A, give us a tick. And the signal says if you get red or yellow, give us an A. That's connected up, that's configured. We can now put a couple locomotives on the line, send them down here. I see one of the drills is already finished. Yeah, that's all good. That's all done, hooked up, looking pretty. So 4 locomotives and 8 wagons. Let's get the 8 wagons going. Four locomotives, and we'll connect all that up, send that going. That'll fill in that middle line there. We do actually need to change the layout of the smelting because it's currently not configured to turn it into steel. Let me just come over here. We'll start whatever we're doing there, so let's cut that off. Get the trains rolling. Then we'll head over and do what we need to do to make that do steel instead of iron. Need to just grab 80 engines. And some steel. Start tearing some more bits and pieces down. I guess strip this all back, move stuff into storage areas out of the way, just make the modules. We're up to 125. wrought on the green. Which we could speed up with more copper making it in. Which we could speed up by turning that belt blue, so let's do that. We're blue up until this split. So unless it's using a full there, which I don't think it is, this could be blue. Splitter can be blue. That might improve supply heading up that way a little, possibly. Steel is in a 2 chests randomly kept around here. No, wrong button. Locomotives, 4 of them. We need to change it so only 2 of the iron ore inputs are actually being smelted. Why don't we make them the outsides? Just put a splitter here that we don't. I guess we could have designed it a little different so that we were only unloading 2, like a shorter train or something. I guess was an option. Sorry for that cough. Hang on. We're not going to need all 4, but it'll just back up. The system will just back up, and then we'll live with it. We can have half as many iron mining outposts for steel as we have for iron, or whatever the consumption is. If we consume more steel, then we may need to revisit whether 2 full lines of steel is sufficient. I hope it is. How's power doing? The main thing that concerns me about power is the number of lights I've thrown everywhere. I like being able to see at night. If we were having a modded run, I would probably be disabling the night time. I wanted to throw radars in the T-junctions, didn't I? I've got 2 spare ones, we could run out and do that. Let's get the trains going. We need to grab some coal to get them running. 4 stacks. We can put them down here. Need to remember now. All of the train lines are going to be in use. Mustn't just run across them. I bet I do. I want to paint them slightly different because it's iron for steel, not just iron. What else are we going to need? We're going to need a stone one, which will be white. A coal one is going to be black. The colour we don't have is green, I guess. Maybe we'll just have like a deeper blue. Or a more cyan kind of blue. Let's go with that. 0255255. You are going to go to Iron West 1. Wait until you get a tick signal. Come to iron ore for steel unloading until you are empty. You can go. No, they can't. I should have. Never mind. Should have split the fuel between the 2 locomotives. It's going to be a bit slow until it gets back and refuels properly. one stack of coal in each. That'd be a little faster. These are going to be 0255 255. And he wants to go to Iron West 1 until you get a tick, and then come to Iron Ore for Steel until you are empty. You can go as well. So those are up and running. Well, there was something else we were going. Let's go put the radars in place. Let's come back and sort out that iron. We're going to want to just send the iron back up to the top to turn it into steel. I think we might do, because it's 1-to-1, we might do directly from one machine into the other machine. Should do it quickly because they're about to get started, but no big deal. Nice to see the trains in motion. Starting to get good activity on the line after a few hours of building. Okay, where can we put the radar here? Doesn't fit in the middle. It's not actually central on the power pole, isn't central on the rail. That's quite a clear spot, or just up the top here. It's the most central. I don't want it to be inside it. Let's put it there. Let's try and do the same thing at the other end, but might be a little different. It's daytime. We are using almost 100 megawatts of the 130 available, of which 34 are powering the furnaces, which is only half of our furnaces, without the modules, which double their consumption. 30 megawatts on mining drills, which also haven't had modules put in. I'm going to put these radars in. I'm going to sort out the steel smelting. Then we're going to go and lay out more of the solar grid. We're going to need some more soon. We should have plenty of panels and accumulators in storage though, for ready to lay out. Built up a bunch before we tore everything down. Iron for the steel is being unloaded. I want to hop the track so I can use the concrete to run. He's stopped there. We've got an opportunity until he moves. There we go. These petroleum tanks are empty, so this is all redundant now. You can stop. No point in running around delivering nothing, or delivering water that people aren't using. This radar goes on the inside. It's aligned different this side. It doesn't fit in the same place as the other one. There is close enough. I'm sure that won't bother me. We'll focus on other things and that won't bother me. You can stop as well. Let's start dismantling all this. Why not? Old rail is no longer needed. Junk. We picked up in the processes here. Let's empty a bit more out. before we get to work on other things. Fluid wagons we're not going to be using going forward. We're going to pump everything because it's close enough. For now at least, don't need the coal. A few random gears aren't needed. Those engines are odd, so let's get rid of them. Keep everything else. Throw a bit more down as we go. We got a lot to tear down there, so we'll do that at a future point. Room in my inventory for all that random iron ore. We've currently still got trains running that coal from up north, which we still want in order to use up the last of our stored petrol to turn it into plastic, to turn it into modules, until we get everything reconnected. Coal will come into the new system and be unloaded where I'm stood now. Round where I'm stood now, and then fed into the new layout ultimately. Okay, so what has happened while I was getting distracted on my way here is they've started smelting, unloading and splitting into even sides. So my thought was, because it's 1-to-1, why don't you just do that? Turn them round. Feed 2 belts of steel out the middle. Alternative is you run that belt down, you balance the sides out, then you run it back up. It's kind of similar in any case, and it does mean if things aren't perfectly balanced for whatever reason, then it can run on to the next machine. So I guess that is strictly better, perhaps. We still need to turn all of these around. Okay. Yeah, click over the top will be better, easier. Still want to balance the sides there, but that's not going to be needed. Then here at the end, we're just going to turn that around. Go back up this side. Then these need to be turned around as well. It's outputting to there. Then at the halfway point, these will also need to be balanced. Want that output priority right. Oh, we'd already done that. Never mind, that should output priority left. Like that, yep. Click all of these around. And the next row down wants to be turned around. Cross-eyed staring at these. Zoom out a bit, maybe that'll help. Still over halfway. Okay, that's over, and then these need changing to inputs. This is the last row inserters that need flipping, I think. Yeah, it should be. We just need to turn the next belt around and away we go. think I want to plug the steel into anything like like the concrete, for example. I think we want to start putting things into better sequence again, get the science up and running again. We don't need more concrete now. We don't need anything that was using steel, I don't think. So we'll just leave that. It's outputting, but it's not being used for anything. All I really want running at the moment is this level 3 speed modules, which we need tons of. I don't feel a need to put them on the miners at the moment. This might be something we do later. So we just want the like 700 odd for the smelting. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be 700 odd. Why is the bottom one not running? It's not getting enough speed module 2s, which is because they're not getting enough green. Which is because they're not getting enough copper, which they're getting like a almost full red belt. Full blue belt is going in. Quite a lot is being taken off there, I guess. Why don't we turn this blue? See if it makes a difference. I think it will, because I don't think the input's sufficient for that. But we can change that. There's enough blue coming, enough copper coming off of here to do more. I think. That will make that belt fuller if the input's sufficient, which it should be. Even without the modules, it should be. We can take the modules we do have already and put them into copper if that's what we want to prioritise. That's better. Maybe when the backlog clears through it won't be better, but we'll see. It's fine. Hopefully increase the speed of the green modules coming through. Green chips, which will make the speed modules made a bit quicker. It's not like they're going that slow for what they are, but I would like to get the 700 we need before we tear everything down. That would be kind of the point where we tear everything down. That is a blackout. We are doing way too much smelting. Let's find where I stored our spare accumulators and solar panels. In fact, let's put away all the rail related stuff. We do need to go out and get the stone hooked up. That is a short-term goal. I think this is my preference, one in the top right, northeast. So we will head for that one and get it soon. But temporarily, let's clear out rail-related things. We can put them all together here. Let's mining drills as well, because that'll be when we go out there. Need poles, lights. Let's get rid of any old junk belts we don't need. Old poles we don't need. We don't need to carry that wire around. Destroy all that. Let's put those cliff explosives somewhere safe because we don't need them. No, just need grenades to clear that forest out, which... Let's go grab grenades. Then grab panels and accumulators. Input looks really good now, but the green output is still maybe not enough. We might head up there and do something about it. Let's put the cliff explosives back in the cliff explosive box. Why don't we do that while we're here? grab the grenades while we're here. That should do for that forestry that's in the way at the moment. Let me just... It'd be going under. Yeah, except for... Everything is temporarily a mess. See, let's do that there then. Take that one and that one away. Whatever. Trying to tidy up something that can't be tidied. Just leave it to it. We've got grenades, poles, lights. Might need more than that, but our inventory is only so big. We need accumulators, not that many. And solar panels. Let's just leave a couple of spaces in the inventory to, just in case. Let's go do the rows to the east around the copper that we've hooked up already. Oh, I should have grabbed the concrete as well. Never mind. No big deal. Okay, this one. I want to get the next row of poles in so we can measure against it. Build that all the way up to the top of what we built so far. Oh, that's taking power over to the mine. Is that needed? No, because the rail is powered, so we can clear that out. It's unnecessary. Start at the bottom, the full one that will fit. Then look at whether I want to do a half block. That one will go, or ought to go there, which is good. That's perfect, actually. We can fit a walkway between the copper and that as well. Perfect spot. So it's whether here we could only fit 3 mini cells and then wouldn't fit a walkway on the right of it. I would like a walkway around the whole of the solar grid, so we'd only fit 2 mini cells. I can't see the point really. We'll leave this empty down here. just want to... The light arrangement from the mining grid is different to the light arrangement in the solar grid, so these are overlit. These don't line up, so it's done every single one rather than that's one skip on, one skip on. This is also one skip on. This walkway is part of the solar grid, so I want to take those away. And then that's going to be the walkway up. So we want last row going up here. Which means the blueprint's missing that last row, actually. Grimsio, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Fill in this block, we'll let the robots do it. I want to change this blueprint. So it has the full... set of power poles around the outside of the build. So let's blueprint that up. So really struggle keeping things lit, so impressed with I've just thrown lights everywhere. Which I go crazy at night if we can't see what we're doing, and now that we're getting blackouts, it's even worse. You can't see what you're building because of the lights. So that's the full. So create that. I'm doing good, and I'm having fun. Struggling with a bit of a winter cold, like in real life. You've probably heard me coughing a few times now. It's really bothering me, but I'm sure that will go soon, and I'll be fine. But you know. I'm spending my days sat playing video games, so I'm not complaining too much about things in general. Let's clear those rocks out of the way as well. And then take the old solar cell. That's the old one, delete it. Put the new one in the book. Line up the outside grid like that. Perfect. End up doing the signature. Lean into the screen. Yeah. Lean in and stare, or a different angle, or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, same thing. I think there's just a lot going around at the moment. Don't know what the cause of it is, but I hear about lots of people not feeling good at the moment. It's a bit weird, really. I got like the normal cold that you get, you know, where you're feeling rough for a few days, and then this tiny little cough that's just been bothering me for weeks since then. So just gotta, you know, what can you do? You just got to keep trying to fight it. You know, stay warm, stay chill, and take lots of painkillers and whatever, and hopefully it moves soon. You know, hope whatever you're fighting moves on soon as well. I don't remember what these grids did. It was like, I think they were generating about 36 megawatts each. Well, I ought to be able to tell, oughtn't I? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 19, 21 of them. So when this one's full, we can see how many megawatts 21 is generating. Bots wake up. You keep it on the honey and lemon. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea. I've got like a tea mix that's like lemon and ginger and turmeric, I think, which are all supposed to be really healthy. So I'll do that with a bit of honey in it as well. It's always good. Although it tastes disgusting, obviously, like all things that are good for you taste disgusting, but you know, it feels healthy when you drink it, so Okay, so what do we... It's night time, so I can't tell what we're generating. We'll have to wait for the morning. Never mind. So if I build another set, we're going to have 6, 12, 18, 22. Like lemon and ginger. I'm going to do the turmeric. Yeah, it's not... you know, this is just like a tea that I bought that has them all together. If I was choosing, I'd probably stick to just the ginger lemon because turmeric is... when you touch it, it turns it yellow. So if you drop the tea bag or something, you've got a yellow stain you can't get rid of. And when you're like trying to get it to the bin and it drips a couple of times, you end up with these little yellow spots that you just can't get rid of. So while I'm sure it is very healthy and good for you, it's a real pain if you spill it anywhere. And if you're dealing with a cold, you're usually spilling stuff everywhere. So yellow wooden spoon from the curry. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. Yeah. But with me, it's, you know, like all over whatever I'm wearing and the whole of the kitchen, and then the last thing I want to do when I'm not feeling good is clean, so it kind of sits there for a couple of days and yeah, yellow spots everywhere. Just going to put the extra row of power poles along the top of here. I want to wait for day to come so I don't forget to measure what these are actually generating. We've got 22 full cells now. Charge a bit. Solar takes up so much space for the amount of power. That's, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Compared to like how much you can squish coal in. I mean, for me, it was just you've got to mine the coal and supply it, which, like solar, you don't. It's just there and it makes energy on its own without needing anything to go in. You don't need to worry about like running out of coal on a patch or whatever. Nuclear, I'm interested in nuclear. I've not done it before, so I'm interested in at some point in this build learning about nuclear and putting it together, because that, I imagine, is a lot of power. You phased out the coal for nuclear, yeah. Some, so I suppose you need a like a backup or something so that you always maintain the sulfuric acid supply to get the uranium to keep nuclear running, I guess. Still, I mean, we did this huge amount of solar is because I misunderstood the achievement for solar power. So that's 158. 158 divided by 22. 7 megawatts per block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So each row is making like 1 point something. 1 point a little bit. It's not a lot. Really not a lot. Currently consuming it all, recharging accumulators, of course, but I don't think that row of 4 blocks we put in is going to make much of a difference. We're going to keep going north for a ways. Maybe until we run out of what's in our inventory. Shocked you how little upkeep the nuclear needs. Yeah. Slow to start. Yeah, you need especially if you're using that enrichment bit, don't you? You need to like let it run for a while to get the right balance, which makes sense, of course. There you go. But yeah, I hadn't unlocked the solar power achievement because I thought I hadn't built solar big enough. And it's something like it says you need like 10 gigawatts or whatever. So I thought I was trying to get this number to 10,000. That is not what you need. So turns out the achievement is a lot easier. You only need like this much, one cell, like 5 megawatts or something. But you have to leave it running for an hour, which I guess for whatever reason I'd never done. I disconnected the coal, only run the solar, and just not left it for an hour. So when I got the achievement earlier than I was expecting, then we don't need to use solar anymore. But it's kind of nice. You know, I'd planned to build out this huge thing here to get to 10,000 megawatts, and we might as well keep going. We're not going to reach 10,000 megawatts, not ever, but we might as well keep building out here. Probably relief. Yeah, I can't. As I started building it out and seeing just how much power we were generating, it was like, how would you ever make that much solar power? You haven't started enrichment yet, so you don't know how convoluted it is. It's the one part of the vanilla game that I feel like you can't just read what's in the game and do it. When I started this run, I did quite a lot of the maths myself, like in my head. Like what ratio do you need, how many machines to how many machines, what ingredients and stuff like that. You can just do it. It's complicated. You write your numbers down and you do it. With the enrichment, I don't think you can. It doesn't particularly make sense to me. It's the kind of thing where I would just Google a blueprint and place that down, and there you go, job done. Never actually thinking about how it works. So I'm not entirely keen on it. I'm interested in looking at it running, like just doing it and looking at it for a bit, but it's not as engaging to me as the other production chains, like understanding how crafting speeds work and like how your modules are going to affect things and what you can fit on a belt and stuff like that you can work out for yourself looking at the data in front of you. Although I'm sure there's someone who can, obviously there was someone who could look at the data and work out, because they designed the blueprint that I'm going to Google, so beyond me perhaps is the issue, rather than too complicated in general. Don't know. You have a cycle in your head you're interested to try. Yeah, that's kind of cool though. That's you have an idea and then you can play it out and you can see if it works, and or at least see if it doesn't work, see if you can find out why not. Like if you can see it in action, sometimes that helps, I guess. I've blown up enough forest yet. Looks like I've gone far enough left. Did not realise you could grenade trees. Yeah, a lot quicker than chopping. Or the bots. Yeah. The bots that bring the wood back, and therefore you need to then send them to store it somewhere or whatever. The default grenade does about 90% of a tree's health, so you need to research the first explosive damage increase, and then a grenade will take a tree down, or like a clump of trees down. If you're making grenades for black science packs anyway, then you can always just go grab some and take a forest away. Grenades are not good against the random rocks you find around though. Those are still better done by sending a bot, like these ones. It takes a lot of grenades to take one out, so I tend to either mine them up or send the bot out to grab it. that. It looks like it's cleared a good amount of space to keep going northbound. A few more rows maybe. Just need to put enough out to prevent the blackouts we're having. We also need to put enough out to expand because we're nowhere near, like, our mining is going to be 150% extra when we put the modules in. Not our mining, our smelting. Mining is going to be extra when we hook up the stone supply. And then the amount of electricity we're using for production at the moment is like minimal. And that's going to be a lot bigger, so we need a lot more power. Stone's a bit more widely used. Yeah, except for you can always throw the stone somewhere. Like, you can throw it into wherever you're smelting stone. You can throw it into rail production or whatever. Whereas wood is like, I mean, you can turn it into a bunch of chests that you fill with rubbish, I guess, or throw it into a train for fuel, or any system that is using coal for fuel. You just flood it with wood for a while, and then you can pick up coal when it's emptied of the wood, I guess. But yeah, grenades. Blow them up instead, and then don't have to worry about it. From 28, so each row is another 28 megawatts. Oh, I've run out of poles. Okay, let's head back and stock up on stuff. Let my bot come to bed first, and then can grab the rest of the accumulators. And no, we can't. Let's get rid of yellow belts, random bricks, coal, stone, wood. Then some pipes and pumps can store there. Those substations we don't need. We decided not to use them in the end. So let's go grab a bunch of poles, a few more lights, probably grab the rest of the accumulators and panels on the way back, and we'll go do another 28 megawatts to the north. There are poles. Let's take all of those. It's still slow. We've run out of green circuits over here because we're not getting iron. We are not getting iron because we're using a full blue belt of iron. No. Goes over there. Some comes off there, but they're not using that much. Some comes off here, but they're not using any. Then it comes off here. Let's just bluify this bit of belt and see if that improves things. Might help. There's plenty of copper cable coming down. The copper cable should run out early because we put some extra machines at the top. That's fine. What are we up to? 181 out of the 700 odd we need. We need to shoot up here actually, don't we? We need lights are in a chest up here somewhere. There we go. good. That'll keep us going for a while. So grab these panels and accumulators. We just have to come back. Just drop a few panels in there. Yeah, we'll come back for those last few bits, I guess, later. The missing poles that we ran out of here. Quite early, I didn't notice that. These ones weren't connected either. That's all good. I've organised the belts of machinery like this. Quite messy at the moment. But we will be rebuilding the whole base, like the science production is currently torn down and not rebuilt. We'll be rebuilding it all in a fashion like this, so you'll see this is pretty good at the moment. I have my like power poles are all in a perfect grid, and then the actual assembly machines fit in between them, and so on and so on. So yeah, some parts of this are looking really good at the moment. Other parts have become a jumbly mess, like here. But in general, I like things to be all like straight lines, equal gaps, equal spacing, that kind of stuff. Yours is spaghetti. Yeah, but that often happens. Like in this case, we've got little patches of spaghettified mess because we're in the process of rebuilding. Once you've kind of got the materials you're after and you've got a plan in your head, you can rebuild a like an organised, structured base the way you want it. It's can't always do that first try or first attempt. Factorio is not bad for being able to plan ahead and think of things, I guess. Think of games like I'm also playing City Skylines at the same time, and that is like you literally can't build it the way you want to the first time. You just have to build it in a way that keeps things running, and once you've built up your income or whatever, then you can design things the way you want them. I think with Factorio you can kind of, maybe it's slower, but you can kind of lay things out the way you want it to begin with, and then I like that. Like in this factory with our perfect square grids of poles and everything like that, it's nice to be able to build things organised from the start. If you want to, take the time to do that. If you want to rush and launch a rocket as fast as you can, then you're probably going to make a mess in the process. Which I need to do at some point, actually, speed run for it. Resources preferable to income. Sometimes it's the same thing, some games money is just a resource that you're planning, the same as anything else, but those kind of city builders, your Sim Cities, your Skylines, those ones are sometimes your actions feel quite disconnected from the result. So like your income drops by a 1,000 coins and you're just like, why? What did I do? Or what should I be doing? What didn't I do? I can find it kind of frustrating as the game feels like it should be a sandbox, but yeah, it isn't sometimes. Not sure. I guess maybe I just don't understand the game as well as I understand Factorio. But you know, it is very different. Factorio is about production chains and moving things around and stuff, which is very much my cup of tea. A lot more Factorio to do, actually, thinking about it, because I'm also quite eager to play the other Factorio-like games, you know, your Dyson Sphere, your Satisfactory, and there's one coming soon. I think it's called Foundry, maybe. I mean, we're taking the objectives of this run are to gain 2 really simple achievements, and we're taking the long road there, so it's probably going to be dozens more hours of this run, then 2 more for the other achievements I'm missing, so 2 more runs for that will be like maybe 1 stream each. And then I'm interested in exploring some mods. I feel some modded runs I might start and give up on pretty quick because they're too complicated, but there you go. You do Skylines with unlimited money mode. Yeah, I'm quite tempted to do that on my next city. Unlimited everything mode kind of thing, like actually make it a sandbox where you just build whatever that you want to build rather than... I don't know, I've kind of found myself spending most of my time designing road intersections and watching the traffic drive back and forth, which is really fun, but I don't want to be worrying about my income while I stare at cars all day. See some poles on this edge as well. Let's get them filled in. That's how you feel too. Yeah, yeah. It'll be okay. I've learned a lot in the latest run I did about income and how it works and stuff like that. But it does still sometimes just feel a bit arbitrary. It's like it's not really a fun part of the game for me. A lot of people who I watch streaming it as well, they're like, it's just not a part of the game they think about. They built some part of the city that makes passive income that they leave alone, and then they actually spend their time zoomed in, like making a pretty park or whatever it is they want to work on. And one last run through this road to see if there's anything missing. The bots grab, and then we'll start the next row up. Might fit another row or 2, possibly. If we've got space. A few trees up here to clear out, then it should be okay. Crazy, or is this playing the same song repeatedly? Or is it just that all Christmas themed songs sound the same to me? Just gonna switch back to a not Christmas playlist. I'm not against Christmas, I just it's getting a bit repetitive in the back of my head. We're doing now 222 megawatt potential. We're close to doubling what we had. That'll do us for a while, but I don't think that's enough, so we're going to need to get production of accumulators and solar panels up and running again at some point. So that's one of the things we tore down quite early, assuming what we had stored would be enough, and doesn't look like it. Then again, for a while, so our current power draw is somewhat related to these machines kicking into action. For a while they're going to be backlogged out, and the mines at the over here will be backlogged too until we really start using things. So we're not, once those backlogs fill up, our power consumption will drop until we start using them. Should, I don't know. We'll just hope that the solar panels we got will last us until we can start remaking them. We're going to end up with like a main bus that's going to run up this edge of the solar farm and feed into machines to its west. And I'm imagining that's going to run like all the way up here, which I suppose is a reason not to try and mine this stone and copper, because I'm going to want to keep going in a straight line. So we should go for this stone over here to the east, and maybe instead of mining this coal we'll get the one further to the west, just in case we want to bring any lines this far over. I'm not sure really, because everything we built before was fed by yellow belt. So we ought to work on the basis that we're going to be 3 times as long, and we were doing maybe like 10 to 12 machines. So it could be up to 40 machines in a row. Don't know. We'll just need to work out where we're going to put the actual labs themselves. Don't want what we had, which was really long belts full of science packs all the time. Maybe we'll include Roboport coverage over the production zone, and we will robot the finished science packs over to wherever we've got the labs. We could just put a bunch of labs in this empty space we're gonna have and have the robots fly them down here, maybe. It's a possibility, actually. Kind of like that idea. We just need to plan for Roboport coverage, because each port isn't as big as I'd like it to be. That's okay, we can just have that. Have Roboport coverage running up the bus. Doesn't need to cover every machine. We'll belt feed the machines, and then we can run the outputs back to the east to where the belt is to get it into the robot network. Bus will need planning out. It's going to be quite wide. It's 4 lines of iron and copper, 2 of steel, 1 of brick, 1 of stone, coal, sulfur, sulfur, red chips and blue chips. We're going to need like 2 of red chips, I should think. We've run out of accumulators, okay. We can keep building with excess. I mean, we don't... If you're going to have the ratio wrong, having excess solar panels is the better way, I guess. So we'll build excess solar panels out. I just want to go grab the remaining accumulators we've got available and fill in that edge before we start the next row. Yours have got, so 4 and 4 copper, 2 green, yeah, a red, 2 coal, a plastic, yeah, I forgot that, I need plastic. Or do we? Does plastic go into other than red and blue chips? Yeah, sulfur, stone, brick, steel, yeah. I don't tend to do bust green chips. Or at least this time I'm going to try not doing it. We'll make green chips from iron and copper where it's needed. But I will bus red and blue ones. They're needed less often and they require more ingredients. top of here, isn't it? Yeah, there they are. Let's go fill in the last of that row and then see how far we get with the last of what we've got. We need... And science is the main thing you work on, so... you need... Yeah, low density structures, flying robot frames. So low density structure needs plastic, of course. Yeah, that'll be needed. Flying robot frames, we need batteries on a belt. Yeah, batteries is the other thing that I'm missing. And then we need the liquid belt as well for lubricant and water. Lubricant and water. You need sulfuric acid just to get the blue chips done, and then lubricant and water, yeah. Complicated, very complicated. Got to get it right before we start. To get the spacing right, the distances between the right hand edge and where we start the actual production chains on the left. Yeah, I think that's quite a common approach. Have a very large area at the start making green chips, feed some of them to the belt and the rest to the red chips. Bring out a significant number of red chips and feed some into the blue chips and the rest onto the belt. I think a lot of people do belt all three colours of chips. Let's see, let's start on the edge, and still got quite a few accumulators there. I think we'll do another couple cells. Most of this row perhaps before we actually run out. So short term, get the finish sorting the power out. Doing now. Get the stone connected to the rail network is probably the next thing to do. To 200. So we've now fixed our green chip supply. We're now short of red chips for this. Because no reason, they're just running slowly. Guess they're not getting enough copper coils coming in, but we kind of planned this all out so that they would have enough. We've got full copper coming in, full copper coil being created. Ah, no, there. The copper coil needs to come through on blue belt. Perhaps red after the split, but... Okay, next time we head back we can improve that to speed up the speed module production a bit. And it's, yeah, tearing down the other stuff that we don't need anymore, I guess. How are we... There's no point in speeding up because we're about to run out of petrol to make the plastic, so I'm surprised by that. I'm surprised that 50,000 petrol wasn't enough to make the 700 speed chips we needed. So we've got connecting the stone and reconnecting the oil are the next two jobs to work on. the oil is probably the priority because we're not really using the stone at all. We are using the oil, so we should work on that next. That's fine. When we're done up here, we'll head and we'll work out what we're doing down there with the oil. Can expand it quite a bit more compared to what it was before. Before was just those 3 oil jacks and cracking. And we can now do coal liquefaction, which we haven't even looked at, so that could allow for a lot more without needing to connect up another pump jack, because we've got these 3 crude oil down here, the 2,500%. There aren't really any others we've uncovered at all. It's like 1 on an island over here, which is a good one, but not really worth running out to connect. We might try and get all the oil we need from these 3 in liquefaction. Maybe. Left here. We're actually going to end up with accumulators left over in the end. From the looks of it. Never mind. Looks like we might finish this row though and start the next one. Possibly. Out of solar panels actually on this last cell that we're going to put in. We have run out of poles again. It's just handcraft what we can here to finish up. It's a long run back. It's interesting how the robots don't do the closest one first. It bothers me in a way. It's that one, we're going to need to craft more. Yeah, we got enough to finish this row, I'm sure. Same gripe, yeah. At least I can't quite work out the logic of how they work out what to do first. Seems really random. It's not like they work from the furthest to the left or the closest to the player or anything. So I'm just like, I'm creeping over to the right bit by bit so that they build the ones closest to the left, and don't know. I'm sure there's some very obvious logic to it that I'm completely missing. Well, still might not have enough ingredients. And it's not closer because it's more efficient. Yeah. Yeah, or just... that would be how the logic works. It looks for... It's got to look for jobs somehow, so... Don't know. I'm sure there's a wiki somewhere that explains it. Okay, so we finished that row as well, that's cool. Definitely not going to have enough to do another row, maybe... Probably not enough to do another cell either. So let's place it out and then edge over and see what we can build. Is that 71 panels, so maybe about 12 mini cells. Just over half of a cell. I'd expect. Hit it before the trees, just about. I'm going to blow them up anyway. Better to blow up the trees before you build near them rather than accidentally grenading your base down. It's aligned, so let's get that building. Why are they not building more? Oh, I just didn't edge close enough. Okay. Let's get that much done. Can they be able to do that lot okay as well? So let's stand there. 23 more panels. Going to be one panel short of doing all these. So let's make it the bottom right one. And place that one, and then don't want to overbuild accumulators. Well, you might as well. It only hurts us if we need to draw everything and we don't, so I'm going to cancel those out so we know what's what. We don't have enough poles, do we? Okay, gonna need to run back just to grab poles. Come back again. We could place out, I guess, a few more accumulator sections to the east when we do that. Might as well, if we're running back and forth. Oh, I grabbed all the poles, didn't I? Out of the chest. So we're either going to need to reconnect steel so it makes more, or handcraft by grabbing steel. We're going to need more poles for like everything, so I think we should reconnect the production of it. If we connect the production of that, we could also reconnect it to the reinforced concrete. Although don't want to, I don't think. We tear down the concrete production. We'll use what we've got stored, but tear down the rest of the production. Where was poles? It was here. So I need steel to come in on this half of this belt, or we can feed it like that. Where is the steel at the moment? It's coming here. Tell you what, let's swap the sticks over to that side and run the steel right there. Scoop that up to tidy it up. That will restart pole production. Good. So we'll come back this way and grab more poles. I wanted to grab a whole bunch of concrete as well. We'll go lay that into the solar farm, whatever we've got stored up. Might as well. Still 16,000 petrol to go. Oh. 160 concrete. Okay, never mind. That must have stopped producing a while ago. Oh yeah, we'll go lay this 160 concrete out there. Not gonna make more. That's enough poles. 71. Then we'll come back, we'll deconstruct everything to the west that's in our way and set up the oil production, cracking, whatever. There we go, all gone. 160 concrete is not a lot. It's laid out. Blow up more of this forest. Our bots come home and in the next set, even though we know we're not going to put the panels in till later. See how far the accumulators go. Enough poles. Don't strictly need the accumulators up and running, so why don't we just lay them all out and we'll come and fill in the poles when we come to fill in the panels as well. It's about the last of them. I mean, we've got 12, so we want 5, 10, oops, like that is what I really want. Yep, we'll fill in these gaps at a later point in time. Do the lights because we can, and then head back to base. Okay. Bad. What are we at now? It's night time, so we can't tell. I think we've at least doubled what we had, which won't be enough, but it'll be something. Copper at that mine is flowing quite fast still. I think we've got a good logistical flow with the train network getting it into the base. We may quite soon need the second outpost for bringing in. Always forget how little the cargo wagons actually carry. It's like less than a steel chest or a similar amount. So even though we've got like this many steel chests lined up here, the cargo wagon holds less than they do like that, so it feels like it ought to be the other way around. Cut that down a ways and grab a bunch. Okay. We want to get petrol production reconnected so that we can continue making speed modules all the time. That means disconnecting everything south of this line. the rail network as well. We need to tear that down. This is going to involve picking up a lot of iron ore, but we're just going to destroy it. There's no shortage of iron ore in our world. And here, and while they work on that, we'll use the map to remove more. That. Let's I think we're going to swap over to be on that patch instead of this one. I think we may build over across this, or very close to it at least, so let's disable all this as well. Going to have to tear up this brick pathway, which is a pain. There we go. Don't want to mark all that. Oh. I marked the radar for destruction, so now I can't see what's in that radar's zone, I guess. Oops. Where is the radar here? Never mind, we need to run up there anyway. Don't want to accidentally empty any tanks out yet. Yeah, that's enough marked up. Let's move up, get the bots working. Can't make any wooden chests, so let's fill a bunch of iron ones up. Thrilling part of the game, but can't rebuild if we don't tear this out of the way first. We've got an army of friendly flying robots to help us. Random chest here. A bunch of red belt left over from something, I guess. Don't need that anymore either. Could start rebuilding down here, but I think I'd rather finish clearing everything out and then start rebuilding. So we'll take out this whole old rail network and all the bits and pieces that are over here. These tanks of petrol are empty, so they can go. That one's still got a bit in, so we'll leave that there. Oh, the one fueling the plastic is empty, so how is this full? This one is only for sulfur, which we don't really need as much. Let's plug these in. So the plastic can use the 25,000 petrol we've got there. This is going to, so as well. That water is not in use either. We need to deal with this coal as well. Let's finish clearing out whatever junk we got here. Blow all this up. Over here and fill these with coal, although there's a hell of a lot of coal there. We might just waste all this stuff. I want to finish destroying anything the bots bring me that is damaged by those explosions. They take up an extra space in your inventory. Looks like everything. Can hopefully just build over all the ruins to tidy this place up a bit. Wasn't my initial plan to tear out a base using grenades, but it does get the job done. That is not clearing the broken train station. Those splitters cover, yep, the splitters, that's fine. Now what can we build that will cover this over? Oh, a new train station should work. There we go. Tidy up all the ghosts. To take the coal out of these. It's a lot of coal. Junk have we got here we can blow up. Getting there. Oh, that didn't remove those. Why? Oh, they're splitters. They need that placing to get rid of them. Okay. I think that's good. Oh no, some more coal up here. Let's grab all this and dispose of it. Bolts as well, don't need those, we're using the bigger ones now. Everything else is of vague value there, so we'll destroy this lot. slots pick up all this rail infrastructure that we don't need anymore. Making progress. Go up north, we'll dismantle the rail network and the coal mining station up there. Come back down, tear up all these bricks, start building what's going to belong in that space, this space here. Then we'll need to head back up north and connect the other coal patch in to our mining, to our new train network, and then we'll be able to use that coal for liquefaction and what have you. The actual amount we used in production is quite small. I think it's plastic and grenades that use it, which didn't have a huge amount of beforehand. But if we're increasing our science throughput, I suppose we'll want more grenades. We don't, with it being a peaceful world, we don't need to make black science packs anymore. There's a few researches we didn't do, like the top level power armor, bits and pieces like that we could have black science packs just for the sake of finishing everything, but not particularly necessary. At the very least we could do fewer of them. The infinite military research is definitely unnecessary. Things like explosion damage, gun damages, make it quicker to destroy our boxes of rubbish, but that's not really needed at all. Just don't know really. Extra. Then again, if we know there's another patch of coal over here to the west that we can connect in as easily as we do this one, and if we don't end up building over this, we can plug this current one back in, get a hell of a lot of coal, at least compared to the iron, where we are running out of sources we can see. Okay, there's a huge amount of coal to pick up here now, so let's make another bunch of chests to throw it all into. Do the same thing with should tell you what, why don't we make wooden ones? They're easier to shoot to death. Bunch of steel chests full of coal, so that's. At the other station we just threw a bunch of grenades at those, but it is awful wasteful. Steel chests we do actually use. And it does appear that we're going to need a hell of a lot more wooden chests to do the same job. There's plenty of trees around, we'll do that. You can reuse those steel chests in lots of places in our as we expand the rail network. largely. I need more. A few more. So on our way back down, we'll tear up this brick road as we go, I guess. Hopefully we will have enough inventory space to deal with it. That's everything that we want. And we destroy that we don't want. Let's hide all that in here. Old furnaces we don't need. We'll keep the electric mining drills, we'll use them. That looks like it. Let's pick those up. And safe over here. Made these to death. Go away with the ghosts. There we go. Try not to mark too many trees as we go down. What's the... There you go. Alt is the shortcut to dig up roads. I think it's kind of faster to do it myself. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Let's do what they're built for. This brick out, it will ultimately become reinforced concrete, so no point in keeping it around really, especially not if it's getting in our way. Okay, that's everything marked up. Let's make a slow journey south to tidy it up. And tear up the road as we walk. That will help them out at least. Perhaps just confuse them, but I think it will help them out. Overall result will be faster, perhaps. Let's go to the right, we can do a big loop, I guess. See that kind of random nature of them as they tear the road up. It just doesn't seem to make any sense. What they do first and so on. Perhaps it just confuses them when I move, perhaps. So maybe half of that road torn up. So forget that little strip to the north as well that's still up there. Then we need to plan in the unloading station for the coal on the train network. Probably a little walkway between, and then the actual processing of liquids. Then pump that oil up past the train station for the coal for the processing. Could do the processing below the train station, but the train station has a fixed size, and the processing, I don't know how big it's going to be because we're going to be doing it more than we've done before. Okay, that's everything torn up, everything that was there. So nice clean slate to work with. Let's dump off the brick, we don't need it. Any other random bits and pieces? I think that'll clear all the space we reasonably can. Let's do away with all these. Right. Rail station is first, then we're going to access from the west edge to prevent the traffic from crossing unnecessarily. So this is going to extend up, and then to the right we could go back and grab the rail building stuff we kept safe, but we've got the stuff we just deconstructed, so I guess we can use that for now to line things up at least. So what we're looking for is this kind of stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, about there. Let's see what we can do with this rough grab. That's how you do it. R rotates. Good. Does blueprint with rail chain signal cannot be flipped. So there is a flip option, but not if you got them on. Okay. So this is going to go like around here. We can't click in a rotated blueprint, especially not this size, because the all the power poles are not in the right place. Guess what I want is, I mean, this is kind of a lot smaller than I was expecting. There's a lot of space to the east of it. I mean, we're going to be pumping oil up there, I guess. I mean, we could start the processing there. At least some parts of it, like the actual like oil refining part, and then something. What I'm going to do before we tackle this is just take a quick break. Don't need that blueprint, that's just a look at it. There's not much longer on the stream tonight, maybe 40 minutes, but I'm just going to take 2 minutes to wander around, stretch my legs, clear my head, and then we'll come back and we'll try and get this train station laid out before end of stream tonight. I would like to do that, and then we'll carry on the next stream. So I'll just be a couple minutes and then we'll carry on. I'll see you then. Okay then, I am back. Brain is slightly refreshed. I'll grab some more of the candies for my throat. Let's see how much of a train station we can get in place in half an hour. So I guess the ideal start is to fit a full train, or maybe 2 full trains, before we have a junction. So I'm going to try and lay them in this side. There. Be there. It's like 1, and then I reckon that's where the junction goes. That's like this bit that we're thinking, and then that would be like there. Now that's too close. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong signal. Be like there, which is yeah, that's about right. It needs to kind of turn around a bit as well, which I reckon there's just enough space to do. So that's where we'll do that, which is this kind of thing. force that down. I put the wrong type of signal there. Although, we'll revisit that in a second. So these power poles we know are going to be in the wrong place, because I've rotated that blueprint. Ooh, actually, I've just had a funny thought. We kind of want to build this back to front compared to this one. So at this station, things approach from all directions. But at the one we're building now, the coal is coming from the north, and we know it is. So if we build it this way round, the trains coming in with coal are on the right-hand line. They will cross the front of the empty trains heading on the left-hand line. If we flip it, trains heading south come off above, it'll reduce the overlap. So while that will make the belts of coal have to run further, like after they're offloaded, they'll have to run further to get to where they're going. The coal is going on the bus anyway, so it's going to run far. So we actually, we want this the other way around. And that means still want one train's length here, just in case there is traffic going that way. I like to have a train's length between any two junctions. It means this is going to be where it's rejoining traffic. So these are supposed to be the other way round. Trains are going to come out of here heading up. Or they are permitted to come out of here heading down. But we drive on the left. So are those signals still in the right place? I mean, close enough. Yeah. We need chain signals on the entrances. Regular signals on the exits. And a chain signal in the middle to separate the two sides. Yeah, that's correct, I think. Close enough, at least. It'll work. So what we're doing next is an unloading station here. Have I got a blueprint for that? I do, but it needs rotating and flipping, which you can't do with the train stop. So we want to instead grab individual elements, don't we? We want to put the train stop in. That's going to be as far forward as possible, I guess. Yeah. Well, the only other option is to leave a whole train's length afterwards, which we don't want to waste that space, I don't think. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it shows me. Here is the back. Again, wrong signal. That should be that type. That's the back of it, and we want stack inserters unloading in this direction. Back 4 carriages, which to kind of grab all that. Pop it in there, just that might not be right. because we've rotated and the power's going to be different, we might need to shift that train stop, or it might just not work in general. That's going to be interesting. Let's let the bots come home and then connect this power up to here to see how the layout fares. Okay. Shouldn't run across that line. It is live. No one should drive up here, but it's possible that they will. Robots, so we don't need to be running across live train lines. This part of the train is not, they can't access that, so that's safe. Okay. So we've kind of put the rail line down where there should be power poles. That's not a good start. Probably like to shift the whole thing upwards a little bit to avoid that happening. Let's take a look at the across. So that one would be there. So can we shift the whole thing back? If we go back one, how do we place these here? And we'll be able to see. Things line up. So that spot doesn't put them in the gap, that doesn't, that does. So that's where we want the train stop, because it'll put the power sockets in the gap between the cargo wagons. So we definitely want to tear all that up. And we want to move this up, not down, because that shortens that gap. So those are in the wrong place, aren't they? That's not. That's where they should be. In the middle is the preference, isn't it? What is the logic we have? The middle is... The bottom one is in the middle of the poles, the top one is not. So if we put this in the middle of the poles, then we'd expect the inbound one to be just slightly off-center, perhaps. Can probably force it into place. So these ones should be joining here. Which will... So that chain signal needs to go there, and there needs to be a chain signal at the exit of here. This needs tearing up. Okay. These... Well, that signal could move north a bit. Doesn't really need to. That can be a regular signal. I am going to move chain signal closer to the actual junction, because if this train heading north is, what I don't want is it blocking junctions if it's sat waiting, no matter what it's waiting for. There's no point in it sitting back here when it can sit up here without affecting anyone else. So I'm going to move that one to there. That one's fine there. That one's, and those can stay where they were, because that's kind of well spaced for the exit on the first straight section. Just want to, yeah, that's right. That can stay there. Then we need, that one is not able to go in. They can be like that. We need to space a few of these out. Look at where the gap between the wagons is when we put the train stop down. So want to put the train stop where that power pole is. Interesting. I have this wrong. That is not central in the... That is not the space that's central in the power poles. This one is. Can't move it further south. Can't put it in the middle of this one. So we can put it in the middle of the next one. Or we skip that power pole. There are things here. Central allows for the stop. It also allows... No, nothing else is important. The lights are on the next steps over. Only really the stop, and we'd be taking that. You need it for the inserter that's going to put the fuel in. Comes from that side typically. It doesn't need to in this case because what we're unloading is coal. So to begin with, we can fuel them at the coal outpost, or if we're fueling them here, it's from what we're unloading. We're unloading to the south, so we can load from the south. So let's not fiddle unnecessarily. If it's okay for now, it's okay. Just keep one of those poles missing. Okay, it's fine. This is going to be coal unloading. If we keep it there, then renaming will be worth it. Where's the back of that? We want to put a rail signal behind there. And at that point, we turn the corner, head for the waiting points. On the first waiting point, was at a distance, don't remember why, but let's assume we need 4 straights here as well. Not sure if we will or not, but there we go. Then we have the waiting bays. We're not going to need as many here, anywhere near as many. I'm pretty sure we're going to have 2 or 3 sources, so we could put 4 waiting bays in, and that ought to be enough. If we did 3, it would be 3 trains here at a time, so you'd only need 2 waiting bays. So 4 really does give us sufficient space, I guess. We can do 4, see where that lines up on the main line in terms of coming in, and if we want to extend it, then we can do so. What I do want to do is get the power poles lined up so we can get the right angle on these bits of road, bits of rail. First one is in the perfect spot to cut through. I guess that's why it was 4 straights away. in what we can over here as well. Just missing one on that corner. Ideally that wouldn't run so close to the pole. I don't think we did any... No, the curve is immediate there. But the gap is at the front, I suppose, is how that got lined up. We could shift this back. Might be necessary to fit this in. We need at least that much space, which we might not have. So yes, let's... It's all going to be in the wrong place, but we want to be in the middle, so it's going to be 2 sections over. This won't be central, that one is, yeah. It's fine, I guess. We want to move the signal to the back. Will that make a difference? I want the train that's waiting to come out as quick as possible, so it's really the signal at the front that matters. When it's cleared, that one goes clear, so I mean, we can move the one at the front back. It's perhaps worth it. Could move the whole stop back if we can get the poles to line up with the gaps and still fit 6. So that's the next option for that. The rail signal behind, just that'll fit. Yeah, the whole thing back here. Yeah, so that's fine. Signals at the back, train stops there. That one can be up here. It's a bit far. I mean, it's going to wait all the way back there, and then when they're clear to go, cut through the junction. Might cause other people to wait longer than they ought to. But it does mean when the back of the train clears this point, it allows the next guy in. Seems kind of irrelevant. We can put this one at the junction so that it's waiting appropriately, and put a regular signal here to have the same effect. So let's do that, I guess. Put the missing pole back, because we're missing this one now. Still named coal unloading. It was clever enough to work that out. So that's shifted what happened this side. We still, I believe, will want 1, 2, 3, 4 straights, and then the curve cuts through here first. Gap at the other side was like 2 rails and then another one can cut through. No, 3 and then another can cut through, but they were in pairs. Pairs 2 apart and then 3 between them. So if we can cut an earlier one 2 apart from there, that would suit better. Looks fine, yeah. The next one is coming down there, and then 1, 2 there is what I think will be the last one. Yeah, I can't see any point in doing more than 4. It's only one thing being unloaded here. 4 is probably way more than we're going to end up needing, so they go a train's length down and then just join back into a straight line. It's from a signal that is just at the start of the bend to just at the end of that bend. So the top needs to be chain signals. so that they wait back here, so that's where they go. The bottom should be regular signal, right? Yeah, chain breaks it up at the end. The distance from this, so that should be a chain signal as well. No, if this one is clear, away they go, so that should be the regular one. If I want to break this up, it should be a chain, but we can't, because 1 2 3 4 5 6 covers that whole curve. There's no point in chunking that up, it won't actually let anyone move earlier. Regular signal at the end of these, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 comes to around here, but it was like on the curve, not on the straight, so there, or one back. It's the full length, and then that's on the curve. That's exactly where it should be. These all join up at the same point. They all need their signals on. That one, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Again, no point in splitting that, I suppose, either. What we do is just about fits in with the light. I'm not sure that's... It's not what happened on these ones. But from the middle to up against the light, these went from the middle to the middle. See a difference. This next one's the where it would line up with the middle, so it'd have to come a bit further. Also, I mean, if that fits a 6 train in the between the signals, then there's no point in having anything different. It fits. That's fine. So this loops around, comes out, and then joins over here on the main line. But we want at least a train's length before it rejoins. So I think that's going to be the deciding factor. Let's clear these trees out of the way and continue the main line up, see where that junction can be. And lights as well, so why don't we copy them over. There's the train length. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They go like that. So the first point I would consider putting it is here. That. Which... yeah, it's kind of fine. This one has it in line with the bottom of there, so it's roughly the same as here. Say that's fine, but that's the wrong one, isn't it? We're driving on the left, so they're coming off from that direction. This should go that way. And that one should be coming on that side to come off, and then they go that way. No, they'll just do that. So why was it so... Why did we have to wiggle like that over here? Wiggled that way, and then that was too far to make the turn, so... But here it is not too far to make the turn. Oh, I guess because that was shorter. For whatever reason, oriented horizontally instead of vertically, that's shorter over here. Fine. That means they can make that turn. That means there's not really any reason to do the wiggle. We should move up to the next train length and just go straight. Yeah, that would be more sensible, I think. If we can make it in that distance, then why not? Do it in a less wiggly way. So where will that be? Let's space out the next one. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yep, which puts that one there. It's perhaps a bit further north than I would like. Well, I suppose it's fine because we've got this space to the right hand side here. We're going to be doing some refining, some cracking. So like refining here, cracking here, liquefaction up here perhaps. As long as the initial, whatever we're initially doing with the bus doesn't go beyond, doesn't like clash into it by cutting across. Should be fine. I don't think we'll have an issue with that. Don't expect we'll have an issue with that. So the junction will go after this. From here they go that way. From there they go this way. Off, yeah, that's right. These put in. We won't need all of that. Might, depending on what else we build here, but we'll put them in when we build here. I want one more row. Yeah, to make that a bit neater there. And then we don't need more than that, I would say. Just want one there. Will do. We are running short of poles after all, but then that's what happens when you cover your entire base in a square grid of poles. This one should just simple straight line, simple corner, simple straight line. Could have shifted it a little bit to be in a central one instead of an off-centered one. I don't know, that corner's in a pretty nice spot to slip right through there, so I think we will accept this as it is. So, chain signals on the entrance. So there and over here. Regular signals on the exits, which are there, there, and on here. And a chain signal in the middle to separate left from right. That allows a northbound train to continue north regardless of what the southbound train is doing. Can we fit... So from that signal, can you fit 2 trains? Back of that one's here, so the answer is pretty much no. So we can't put a signal in that... No, it doesn't. We want a signal here so that they're not waiting back here for a train to pull into its stop. So probably want one so that you can fit a full train after that junction, I would say. Let's put one to there, just after that corner. So a train can come off the main line even if it can't immediately get into whatever waiting space it's heading for. And then that's fine. So that's a train station. According to me. The traffic, when we extend the line, will be able to come in. It will all be coming southbound, at least initially, but there might be some northbound ultimately. It can come in, it can sit in its waiting spots, and then when the unloading spot is free, away it goes. We want to copy this, not that, this kind of contraption of unloading, which belongs there. Power poles are going to be in the wrong place because it's rotated. That and that need to go. That will unload the coal when it comes in. We will have it turn the corner and balance. We will pull off a line that comes and feeds the train. This is wrong. Let me cut that. It should be there. Front to our locomotives. So one of the, after we've balanced it, one split off and come to feed the train, rebalance it, and then coal will go in for liquefaction, plastic production, whatever. So that's kind of a train station done in half an hour, just like I wanted. That's good. So we next things to work on. We need to bring the oil under the train line and then refine it in this space, and this space, crack it in this space, and then perhaps do some kind of coal liquefaction up here when we learn how that works, and then that will supply us all of our kind of liquid and oil related materials into the bus that heads east and then north. We need to extend this rail line up, come blow these cliffs out, come destroy these forests, connect these coal patches, this one first and perhaps that one soon after, to actually supply the coal that we're talking about. And then that will allow us to continue the temporary production of the Speed 3 modules we want for smelting. After that job is all lined up and sorted, we'll go over, we'll connect this stone into the network on the east so that we've got a stone supply. Then we'll have iron, steel, copper, stone and oil related products ready to actually like bus up and start reconstructing the production sector. One priority of that will be the solar panels to make enough power for the rest of the production. But there we go. Those are the upcoming short-term objectives. They are not for tonight. Let me drop a save and wrap things up a bit, because that is as long as I can possibly survive a stream. 8 hours done. Thank you very much for joining me tonight. If you've been here live especially, really nice to be able to chat with people. Really nice to see you all there, so thank you very much. But also thank you if you're viewing later, if you're catching the VOD, if you're catching it when it moves to YouTube or what have you. I appreciate every view, really do. So thank you for that. Factorio will be back next week, just because of how Christmas lines up. I'm missing a few days, but Factorio will be back next Thursday, same time, 2 p.m. GMT, for up to 8 hours. We will continue working on those objectives if I can remember what they are by next week. I will be back, not tomorrow, I'm not available, but on Saturday at 2 p.m. GMT again. I'll be back to play some more Anno 1800. Possibly not for the full 8 hours that time, but we'll see how it goes. We'll get started and we'll see how it goes on the day. And then that'll be it for this week. I'm not streaming on Sunday, at least not this year. So if I don't catch anyone before the weekend, hope you have a nice holiday weekend. Let's see what I'm going to do for the rest of tonight. Could do with a de-stress before bedtime. Who is streaming? Could we raid into anywhere? Well, my first choice is normally Ozzy, and she is live co-oping Elden Ring. That will be an enjoyable time. While the game is generally stressful, Ozzy has a way of making things, pulling the fun out of things that might not normally be fun. So I'm going to raid in if I can do it properly. Usually works. Raid is created. Things are stacking up. All the buttons look good. One last thank you very much for joining me. Hope to see you all again soon. Really do. I'm enjoying this streaming thing. So I'll be around and I hope you are. Let's raid out. Thank you very much.